this on? Yeah? Wonderful. This is the first time that we've ever used this space for an event. And what is the funniest thing is that the audience looked incredibly huddled. So the chair arrangement was a bit tight. So feel free to spread out if you want and come nearer. This is not a seminar in the conventional sense. This is not in an auditorium for a reason. This is a family space in the museum. So there's also cushions. There's also a massive ball cushion here. So if at some point you feel like a chair is not enough, exactly, thank you, wonderful. My name's James. This is perfect, thank you so much. My name's James. I'm the curator here at ArkDes. And for those of you who don't know, this is Sweden's National Museum of Architecture and Design. I'm sure there are a few people here today who have a very deep understanding of what LARP, live action roleplay, levande rollspel, live in Swedish, is. And there's probably some who don't have any idea. We're going to learn a little bit through best practices, conceptual projections, what LARP is. But I'm going to just start with a little scripted, and I very rarely read things, by the way, so this is also a little bit new for me, a little bit of a scripted introduction to why this event is happening at ArkDes, because I think that's a big question, and to try to lay out some of the possible avenues, some of the possible questions that we're interested in not necessarily answering, but exploring today. So I'm not a LARPer. I've been fascinated by LARP for a long time, and so I'm coming at it from, a hell of a lot of Googling, a hell of a lot of conversations with people. So this is the start of my journey in many ways. But one of the simplest ways that I have been describing LARP to someone who has no idea what it is to just imagine that you're inside a video game. You embody a character, you wear their clothes, you take on their burdens, you interact with others as them, and you live a version of reality through them. LARPing is like playing a video or a board game, except that in a LARP you actually do it. You are physically there with others, immersed in a version of the world and a version of yourself. So today we're going to hear from a group of incredible architects, artists, LARP designers and thinkers, some of whom are deep in the world of LARP and some who aren't, but are thinking through related ideas. We've called today The Limits of Our World, as you can see beautifully projected above our heads, which is a nod to the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein's observation, the limit of my language is the limit of my world. What do we mean by this? Well, there are invisible limits to ourselves. There are limits to the built worlds around us, to our interactions. And the premise here is that live action roleplay might offer ways of reconfiguring the shape of those limits. The line, the title, is also a reference to a work by Simone Niquille, who is currently coming from Arlanda to this very place and will join us hopefully in half an hour. She had a work called Homeschool in 2019, which was also screened at the museum last week as part of Watch and Chill, of which this event is a part. So this at first might seem like an unusual topic to bring into a museum. But alongside canonical fields of design, ArkDes believes in exploring an expanded field of design. The point of departure for today is that LARP, architecture, design, and art all share the same ground. They imagine and make real alternate realities through physical, material, verbal, and visual techniques. It took me an hour to write that sentence. Another way of putting this is to say that while architects, for example, much like designers, typically project into the world, LARP designers project worlds. Like any interesting space of creativity, LARP expands the idea of how we channel our experiential, our sensorial understanding of the world. It does push at the limits of ourselves, the boundaries that we draw ourselves, and those that are imposed on us by society and community. I see LARP very much as an exercise in empathy. It creates situations where you can perceive the world from the point of view of somebody else. And because of this, it tells us a lot about the ways in which we live today, the ways in which we relate to one another, to non-human objects, and to concepts that are central to public life. LARP could be described as a subculture going mainstream. It's something that you can argue is very old, but in the form that we're discussing it today, it's conceptually relatively new. In 2018, the Swedish Institute for Language and Folklore, Folkminnen, the Institutet för språk och folkminnen, recognized levande rollspel as intangible cultural heritage. They also classify fika as intangible cultural heritage. Fika is this, over there, bulle and coffee. But there's something important in all this. LARP is considered, in this context, as an ephemeral participatory experience. But it's not generally given the same value as other fields like costume and makeup, stage scenography and graphic design, poetry and science fiction, glasswork, photography. The list could go on. But I would like to argue that they are equal in value. They are each forms of creativity and therefore forms of design. There's a brilliant essay by someone called Elvia Wilk as part of a collection of essays called Death by Landscape. It was published earlier this year. And she describes how, quote, LARPers often exemplify the peculiar tendency of subcultures to recapitulate the idea fantasies of the mainstream rather than exploiting the subversive potential that marginalization might afford. What she's saying here is quite interesting. If LARP has been marginalized as a subculture, then the challenge of anything that is marginalized is how to bring it into a bigger sphere without making it lose what makes it special. We've seen this in the case of ArkDes with an exhibition about ASMR. ASMR, Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, is a subculture also going mainstream. It's people whispering into microphones. I've seen it on YouTube. As soon as you bring something into a museum, you do something, right? So this conversation, I just want us to be aware of that a little bit as we go through today. What are the questions that I have on the table? I'm sure you have lots of questions. Svante, who's moderating this morning's conversation, has a lot of questions. Here are my questions. Can LARP offer ways to explore radical ideas, not only about ourselves and the way we meet the real world, but also for the real world itself? Can the tools and techniques used in LARP design that we'll hear about today be used by designers of all kinds to positively alter the way in which we design our world? Can LARP design offer some insight into how we might think more speculatively about public life? Could roleplay give us different ways of relating to the other or someone else? Is the concept of world building a force for good or a force for ill? Right? These are my massive questions. But today is not about answering any of those questions, as I said, but taking a step closer to understanding how people are developing ideas along these lines. I'm going to reference Elvia Wilk, who I mentioned before from her essay in Death by Landscape. She describes LARPing as basic training, not just for particular kinds of intimacy, but for civic engagement. And I think that is a very interesting, broad way of understanding or framing the conversations today. I do think that RuPaul also said, / sang it best when he said, we're all born naked and the rest is drag. That's also, I think, very conceptually relevant to LARP. Now, I've got 5 minutes to introduce the guests. And I'm going to introduce all the guests we have today. There's 2 blocks, morning and afternoon. The morning block is looking stunning by the side of me. Anna Westerling is a Stockholm-based game designer who specializes in mixing LARP with other art forms. Among many roles, she is the producer of Stockholm Scenario Festival, which recently took place and is closely connected to Knutpunkt, which is the annual international conference exploring LARP theory and design. Simone Niquille, who is on her way, as I said, from the airport, is a designer and researcher based in Amsterdam, who through her practice, which is called Technoflesh, investigates the representation of identity in the context of digitization. She's the Chief Information Officer at Design Academy Eindhoven, and her artworks have been exhibited widely, most recently at ArkDes, as I said, as part of Watch and Chill. Philip Tomei, elevated in the corner, is a creative consultant and LARP designer based in London, who I actually came across through your talk at Knutpunkt, which was called LARP documentation in a fine art context. Super interesting, and I'm sure we're going to hear something from Philip along those lines today. Sagalinn, Stockholm-based second-generation LARPer and LARP designer, who's been designing LARP since they were 17, I understand. Is it that true?
Yeah.
17.
Yeah. Well, I started writing my first LARP when I was 17.
Incredible.
I didn't run it until I was 18 or 19.
We're going to hear more about that. Are we going to hear more about that? Potentially. You're also a member of the design collective Avalon LARP Studio and are majoring in literature studies at Uppsala University. Leon?
See, this is my old bio.
Then go for it.
So my name is Leon, and I'm a second generation LARPer, and I've designed LARP with friends, and I've mostly LARPed as a hobby. And after a while, I started working at Studiefrämjandet with Sagalinn, and that's how I got here today.
And we're very happy to have you.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for spotting that.
Yeah, sorry.
The moderator, we're going to have a series of presentations, and then the moderator for a conversation will be Svante Tirén, who, I love your bio that you sent. Basically, Svante describes himself as a one-stop shop. Curator, writer, editor, drag queen, performance artist, and a teacher in historic and contemporary art and architectural conversation.
Yes.
Svante is an amazing individual, and I'm looking forward to his leading the conversation. Then we're going to have an hour where we can have lunch or something. There's multiple restaurants. There's two. That's not multiple. There's 2 restaurants in the vicinity. And then we're going to have some sort of technological phenomenon take place where Omsk Social Club will appear on one of these screens. Omsk Social Club is a thing that defies definition, but creates work between 2 lived worlds, as they describe it, one of life as we know it and the other of role play and in the bleed space between them. It does so through immersive installations and real gameplay, or RPG, which is a term they coined in 2017. Over their long practice, they've introduced landscapes and topics such as otherkin, rave culture, survivalism, catfishing, desire and sacrifice, positive trolling, algorithmic strategies, and decentralized cryptocurrency. As far as I understand it, Omsk Social Club is also a Web3 company currently as well. So they'll be joining us on one screen. Then we have 2 physical people as part of the second conversation, Kaiser Carvin and Tomei Vasco, who are currently sat in the audience over there, who represent Trojan Horse, a Helsinki-based autonomous educational platform. They organize summer schools, LARPs, workshops, and reading circles that explore the boundaries and preconditions that define the field where architects, designers, and artists operate today. And their book, Borrowing Positions, which is now part of the library, although not currently available to take out because it's in my bag over there, but I'll put it back in the library this morning, is incredible, really incredible. And if you can get a copy of it, I highly recommend it. We also have joining on this screen, or one of these screens, from Miami, Terry Nguyen, who is a critic and a journalist writing about culture and technology. She's the senior staff writer at an amazing daily newsletter called Dirt, which is also a Web3 media company. And I was introduced to her through her dual-part essays on the topic of world building. And that's what she's going to bring into the conversation today. She previously wrote for Vox, and she's a very established writer in New York Magazine, Washington Post, Vice, and Rolling Stone. And this conversation at 3 will be moderated by Alice Shulman, who is sprawled at the edge of the, what do we call this, triforium or something, who is a Stockholm-based, you haven't got a microphone on, but you're currently head of creative initiatives and collaborations at Weekday, formerly head of women's wear there, but you are extremely interested in contemporary society, youth culture, and the conversations we've had over many years have been fascinating. So that is what the day looks like, and I'm 1 minute over my allotted time, which I think is pretty good. Practical things, there's coffee, there's tea, there are 4 bullet left, and there's not going to be any more bullet. So if you want to grab one now. This event is being recorded, not streamed. So at some point this event will come out and be able to reach other people. There's a photographer. The photographer, Seema, is not photographing you, but if you have any concerns, please let Suji or Vincent, who are just back there waving, who are behind this event, know. And with that, I will skip forward to Anna.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to begin to stand up. Hi, my name is Anna Westerling. I LARPed since the 90s and organized since the 90s. and it's kind of been my life. It's very interesting to be here at the Architects Museum because I kind of wanted to be an architect at some point. But I think what I ended up with being like an architect of people. Like when you do LARPs and events, it's like who goes where, what happens when, who sits where. So I'm going to talk a bit about how I do that. See if I can get, oh, yes. See where I can stand. So I'm not, because I want to stand, because then I get closer and we get a bit more. And if I get rundgång, you scream at me. Okay, so what my expertise has been and what I work with is how you create dramaturgy in interactive stories, or as I think the term you would use here is design in interactive stories. I've studied theater, so I use dramaturgy, but potato, potato. And how do you do that when you have an interactive story? And then we have this is me. I designed a lot of stuff, produce a lot of stuff, and I also work at an event manager right now. So that's my background. Okay. What is LARP? It's an interactive play that we go together. It's cooperative and creative. And you already said it, so I'm not going to linger here, but I was unsure what we would do. And when you do something interactive, like now it's very easy. If I want you all to stand up, I can tell you, like, because you're all passive at this point. I'm active. But if everyone is going to be active, how do you control active people? How do you do that? And how do you create a dramaturgy in an interactive work? So that's the question. So I have 3 different circles here in my little model. And the first thing you do when you create a LARP or anything, or maybe not the first, but at some point you do this, you create a world, like, where are we? You can do it easy for yourself, and you can be like, okay, we're December 2022 in Stockholm. You're all going to go to the Nobel party tonight, and you don't have a dress or something to wear. Okay. Then you have some kind of story, and you know what the world is. You can, if you happen to bump into someone, and, oh, you're a Nobel laureate. Oh, I can be like, oh, what did you win? And we have something to talk about. And we can talk about stuff that happens today. And like, so that's the easy way. But then, of course, you can also choose to be in a totally different world. And when sometimes people talk about LARP as revolutionary, I think this is it, when it's like, you can imagine we're in a different world when there's other rules and other things and other people. And most common, I think, or where LARP kind of origins from, at least this time around, it's been a lot of fantasy. It's like we're in a forest, you can be an elf. You're not a Nobel laureate anymore, I'm sorry. And you're so close, so you're going to be my example. So you can be an elf or a dwarf, or you can be poor or rich or royalty. But then, of course, you can also do a lot of stuff. Like the limit is your imagination here. For example, I've been to one LARP when we messed up, or there's been several LARP when messing up gender roles in different ways. Instead of man and woman, we have morning and evening people. And of course, 2 morning people can't date. So you have to find an evening people. Then exactly if you're a man or a woman, that's so irrelevant in this world. So you can change it and try a different thing. And then, of course, you get your participants who play this out and try. So there's the setting, and then there's also rituals, like how do we behave? Like here we take in hand like this. Maybe in some LARPs, hands are considered disgusting, or maybe hands are the erogenous zone, if it's like it's very sexy to touch someone's hand. So you can do that here. It's really your imagination and rituals. Sometimes I was on like a Stone Age LARP when it's like if you're courting someone, you're going to steal something from them. They go to their little camp in the forest. So you can, anything is possible here, and you can do LARP about basically anything. There's always coming new things when I'm like, oh, now I've seen it all. And then it's like, no. So just to give, it's been everything from like fantasy LARP, hippie LARP, future LARP. I've been in a submarine that we pretended were a spaceship traveling around in space. So you can do, here is really, and I'm not going to linger with this anymore because this is not my expertise, but this is the foundation, like how do you create, and depending how the world is, this will have lots of effect on your players. But I'm going to talk if you can do it even tighter. Can you create like time frames in your LARP? to get this design, to get your players to like, because even if we're in this world with different type of rules and settings, we're still in the sandbox. We go and do different things. Can you even more like control people? So to what I think one of my challenges as a designer is like, how do I ensure that all my participants have a good experience? Which is of course is impossible when you do an interactive work, because someone may be tired, maybe don't want to do stuff. I don't know, but that's one of my kind of. So I'm like, okay, can I create time frames? And the last thing I can try to control a little at least is the character level. So I will talk about these different levels. And this is my little talk. And maybe someone can give me an evil wave like when it's time to wrap it up. So time. So if you have, for example, a very, very normal wedding, this is a ritual in our culture. You know mostly that it's a wedding, it's a ceremony, it's a dinner, it's a party. And like what's socially accepted to do at a party, it's like come up drunk and talk to someone, is not socially accepted at a ceremony. We have different kind of rules. And of course, you can work the same way in a LARP. Like you can say, okay, this is a wedding from a LARP that I was part of organizing, or part of doing the sign on at least. So then we have ceremony, we have the dinner, we have the party, and you know there's a little social different codes. And of course, if you do that in LARPs, you can do it as creating acts. Like this first act, you're gonna behave like this. You're gonna be, if we go back to the wedding, you're gonna be in the ceremony, you're gonna be solemn and serious, and then at the last act, you're gonna be party, party, party. And this gives you like. And of course, you can still have everything we talked about in the world, that you have different gender role, different rituals, and so on. But how do you create acts? Well, you give them name and themes. Like the wedding LARP I'm designing as I go here with you guys is like first act solemn, maybe you're even sad or something, you're a little sad. And the last act you're very drunk, and then we have some kind of middle act here. And you give them name and themes and tell the players, this is what's going to happen. Because if you don't know, you can't do this. Like that's the kind of core in interactivity. You need to tell them. And then you can do events to mark this. Like in our wedding example here, we have different locations you move by. Or I use that a LARP I make. There's a woman holding a speech on a dinner. This is also a LARP photo, which looks like it could be a normal dinner. But this is a LARP dinner that was set in every day, in nowadays. So like when the speech is held, after that we will change the mood. And you can also change the rules. Like, for example, there's one LARP that I think it has the act strategy from decadence, intrigue to death. So if I try to shoot you, I'm going to shoot you again now, with a gun, like the first act, I'm going to miss horribly. And of course, no real bullets in the guns, because that's stupid. We don't want to kill each other. First act, I miss horribly, and we laugh about it. And it's just fun. Last act, I will shoot you dead, and you will die. Because that's the death act, where everyone is going to die. So then you can like change the rules a bit. And that's also a way to kind of design people here. And of course, you can time jump. I feel this is something I feel LARP has. Time jumps has been done. Like the first, maybe between the first and the second act, a year has passed. So you could play, for example, 3 Christmases in a row. Like Christmas 1980, 1990, and 2000. What has happened? How has people changed? And then you will need some off time to like, okay, so what happened the last 10 years? What did we do? So you can do that, but I'm still missing like the Quentin Tarantino LARP where you like go poof, poof, like it has been tried. I think I've seen it once, but I think it has potential. So that's what you can do to like create more. And here are some examples on different type of acts in LARP. And I think I said the first one is decadence, intrigue, death when you play a court. I think it's set in like the 90s, 20s vintage era. So you are a court, the Hamlet court, and you're gonna, first you're decadent, then you're gonna be super happy, and it's Claudius and Gertrude's wedding, I think, and so on. And then in the second act, you're gonna intrigue, so that your intrigue will backfire on you and you will die in the last act because it's Hamlet, and it's a tragedy. And I will also say Just a Little Lovin', that is a LARP about when the AIDS came to New York in the 1980s. So then we have the first act is very much friendship. Like we're friends, we're building this group, it's so fun, no one has heard of this disease, maybe it's somewhere. And the second act is paranoia when it's there, but no one really knows. Like maybe we should do like this, should we try not to hug? Is it dangerous? Okay. And so on. And then the last act is death, when people will start dying. So there's, LARPers have a tendency for tragic stories here. So that's just some of them. Okay. So acts will allow you to focus your storytelling and synchronize your players, and also non-linear storytelling. So this is, of course, one way to like get them. Okay. And then if you want to do it on character levels, and this is like the next step, maybe this is too advanced in 3 minutes, you can try to affect people directly, because even if we are in acts like, okay, you're happy now, this is rituals you do in the world, this is how you're interacting with people, we workshop this a lot, how can I try to infect you in my kind of quest to ensure everyone has a good experience? And let's skip that. For example, we can say a LARP I've done is I experimenting with theater plays. As you said, one of my things is that I try to merge other art forms, and I come from a theater background. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna play a theater play that have about, so you're gonna read the play together in your little group. For example, we did from the Danish film Festen by Thomas Winterberg. We played that. So, okay, what happens to your character here? What do you want to do in Act 1? What do your character want to do? Read the script. And then, of course, we know the end. So that's something we can do, and then do action plans. So that's the workshop with the whiteboard, when the post-its are like, what are you doing in Act 1? And then I force them to write one word. What are you going to think about Act 1? And one player wrote power, and the one playing his wife wrote that for her character was going to think smooth. So that's like, okay, we already know something about their relationship here. So that's how you can do it. And yeah, this is also, 1 minute, I'm going to wrap up, yeah. Another LARP I've done is a LARP based on ABBA music. ABBA music is awesome. And like Mamma Mia, you can make a LARP from that. And that's the script. You see half the script there, and we have a film where you know what's happening. So I'm gonna, very professional of me. So the tools you have is, of course, the world. And maybe I should have looked more into that, but that's the like standard, and I think there you can do a lot of things. You can focus your players by time boxing what is happening, like we're doing here. I'm time boxed. Soon you will get rid of me. And then, of course, you can try to look at character level, but then the players need to be told. No surprises. Okay, that was all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna. What we're going to do is invite those who are maybe slightly outside of the space to come in and grab a coffee. We're also going to mute notifications on this laptop, if that's not already been done, and invite Philip up.
Oh, thank you. Hello. I might bring this here. So, I'm Philip. Where should I begin? Well, I'll talk a little bit about how I came to LARP. Let's see what's here. Ah, yes. So you can make do with that what you will. But I came to LARP because I was very, very interested from a very young age in being able to tell a story effectively, right? And by effectively, I meant that something that gets to the core affect of the people who are both participating within that storytelling activity. And for a long time, I thought, I discovered immersive theatre, and I thought that immersive theatre was really the way in order to do that, because if you think about a film, and then you have a theatre play which is live, and then immersive theatre breaks down a fundamental boundary in theatre, which is the proscenium arch, the arch that separates audience from the story that is happening on stage, from the actors. Now, for me, that was radical, because what that did was that it introduced the audience onto the stage. And I trained with Punch Drunk, and I worked with Secret Cinema, who are two of the sort of I think some of the most interesting players in that world. But I grew increasingly dissatisfied with this, because what happens is if you create immersive theatre is that you have a very pre-recorded, pre-decided story, and you sort of try and fool the audience into having some kind of agency within that story. And through fooling them, and through sufficient immersive and talent, and don't get me wrong, I love immersive theatre, there's some amazing stuff out there, and it's incredibly affecting and moving. You can create extraordinary emotions. But for me, that was not enough. And I sort of then started to think, well, how about we give the participants agency? We actually let them decide what the story is, instead of having some kind of scripted narrative, right? And so that the narrative is emergent rather than prescriptive. So that's kind of how I got into the whole circus, and I got quite deep. Now, what I want to talk about today is there is a kind of, it's sort of contextualized LARP within the art world, because that's kind of at the core of my practice these days. I'm really interested in, obviously, I think many of us here agree, and that LARP is an art form of some kind, and that all LARPs are art. But there is, of course, something which we call art. And for those of you who are sort of theory buffs, I'm going to go with something around similar to Arthur Danto's conception of the art world, or what art is, which is the kind of art world definition of art. Right, which is something along the lines of that art is what the art world decides art is. And so I want to talk about LARP's role within that, and kind of give you a kind of alternate history of LARP, right? So there is a very strong reason to think, to understand LARP as emerging from 1974, when the first Dungeons & Dragons book was published, and tabletop role-playing became, a sort of cultural phenomenon in the United States and later elsewhere. But I kind of have a kind of alternate take, which sort of places LARP within artistic practices that precede the publication of Dungeons & Dragons. And so, here we go. Yes. So I want to talk about this. Now, is this a laser? No. Yes. Doesn't work. Well, so this photograph is a photograph of the storming of the Winter Palace, which was a kind of pivotal event in the 1917 October Revolution. Except, so this is the kind of Winter Palace in the background, and these are the red, the Bolsheviks. But except this is not. This was believed to be a photograph of the storming of the Winter Palace for many, many years, both within the Soviet Union and outside of it. But it's actually a photograph of a event organized by these two men, who's Nikolai Evrenyov and Yuri Anenkov. They are a painter and a theater director. And so this is not a real historical event. This is a sort of restaging of the revolution that happened 4 years after the actual revolution. It is, in a way, I would argue, the largest and maybe one of the earliest LARPs. And what happened is that To commemorate the 1917 revolution, the Soviet Ministry of Culture took these two artists and several others who were part of the Russian symbolist movement and some of the Russian futurists, at least the ones that hadn't been exiled or executed, which was not many of the futurists, but the symbolists had a sort of greater sway within the Russian, within the Ministry of Culture. And what happened is about 100,000 people came to witness 8,000 performers, including 125 ballet dancers, 100 circus people, 1,750 supernumeraries, 200 women, 260 secondary actors, tanks, and, I quote, a panoply of guns, artillery, rockets, and lighting effects. Now, and for a long time, this was an undiscovered piece of history, and it was only when the falsity of this photograph, which was spread in many textbooks throughout the 40s, 50s, and 60s, was discovered that we really found out about this event. And interestingly, there were some jokes from the time in which people thought that more dynamite was detonated in the sort of LARP version of the event than in the actual storming of the Winter Palace. The real storming of the Winter Palace, we now realize, was actually quite a somber affair in which not many people died, and it was very kind of quiet. But it's a fascinating example of the way in which role-playing can enter into the national consciousness and have real effects into the real world. And now I want to talk about a little bit about how these two men came to have this bonkers idea and somehow sell it to the Duma or whoever approved it. There is a really interesting Russian symbolism has really interesting sort of ideological roots, some of which stem from this is a wonderful plan. So this is a kind of the most high-res picture I could find of a blueprint of what's occurred. And I was thinking a lot about, if you think about how we design immersive theater and LARPs, it's a very interesting example of that. But anyway, in terms of the ideological underpinnings of this act, this is a wonderful quote from Vyacheslav Ivanov from an essay from 1906. So this was 20 years before the storming of the Winter Palace LARP or reenactment. A new mythogenic art. Ivanov is describing the goals of the symbolist movement in several of his essays. A new mythogenic art to forge a bond between the artist and the people so that the people may live the art. And I think this is wonderful because this, in a way, could also describe many LARP practices today. It's fascinating to think of this. There's a key concept in Russian symbolism is ostranenie, which is sometimes translated as defamiliarization. And it's a sort of technique of presenting to audiences common things in an unfamiliar way. Those of you who are into your Derrida may relate this to the concept of différence, which is a sort of, yes, thank you. Différence, which is, of course, a sort of French pun on to defer and to differ. And the use of defamiliarization, and also, in a way, perhaps also the use of LARP, both differs and defers within the kind of, also in the Derridean way, since the use of LARP alters the perception of regular life, and also forces you to think about regular life in a different and a more complex way, which is, I think, really, it was sort of, and also it's very interesting because if you think about LARP, as often people talk about LARP in terms of immersive, right, and the immersive world, and everything is immersive nowadays. They have coffee shops that are immersive, and you can go into like an airport lounge and it's immersive, but which of course has lost it. But if we return immersive to something like Stanislavskian theater theory, right, and yet what is happening here is the kind of LARP, or rather LARP-adjacent practices develop not from a Stanislavskian perspective, not from one of complete immersion and loss of the outside world, but from something which could be almost the opposite, like a more Brechtian idea of, alienation, and the alienation not of the narrative, but of sort of real life recontextualized within LARP. So there's an interesting interplay there, and I'd love to talk more about this to other people. This is some futurist work. Let's see. Yes. So now I'd like to talk about two different categories. So I've spoken before about documentation, and because the thing about art is that art, or art world art, to be more specific, is that it functions through a kind of system of curation, discussion, exhibition, and of course, sale and commerce. And so documentation is foundational, right? And anyone, any other friends here and elsewhere who have worked in performance art know that there is a constant battle or ephemeral art in any way, for documentation. Now, I'm very interested, for example, in ballet notation, because ballet is also very similarly something completely ephemeral, which can never be repeated, and there is no real form of notation. It's kind of like an oral memory tradition. But anyway, we won't get into that. So I want to talk about ways in which of documenting LARP, and in ways in which, and also about, in the history of art, ways in which LARP has entered into certain things. So ready-mades, or objets trouvés, which are most famous with this object, which of course we all know. Now, what I want to point out to you about this is not the toilet and the fact that it's a regular object and blah, blah, blah. You've all, what I'm talking about. But the signature. The signature is not Duchamp's signature. The signature is Armat. Now, Armat is not Duchamp. But of course, this is a Duchamp artwork. And there's this this is the kind of explanatory quote from that Duchamp wrote. And he wrote, "Whether Mr. Matt with his own hands made the fountain or not has no importance. He chose it. He took an extraordinary article of life," and so on and so forth. But what Duchamp is doing, perhaps, in a way, is role-playing as Mr. Matt. And he creates, when Mr. Matt creates this work, not Duchamp. And so, interestingly, ready-mades and objets trouvés have an origin within a role-playing context. And now, when those of us who make LARP in the art world, so in my practice and some of my friends, colleagues, and people I admire, we also use ready-mades. This is another ready-made by which you may have seen already. Now, this is an object that I used. This is the actual Amazon product image of a test tube in a LARP that I created. I created a LARP called Power Plant, which I'll talk about later. But I bought, there were 10,000 or something, less than 10,000, maybe 1,000 test tubes. It was a huge amount of test tubes that I bought for very cheap. And they were used in a variety of different ways by the players. And when we exhibited the LARP in an art world context, the LARP was commissioned by an architecture foundation, actually, interestingly, which I'll also discuss. But we presented the test tubes. We presented objects that are regular objects in the world and recontextualized them within a museum context as objects that had been used within fictional worlds. So again, we're returning to the Ostranani, the defamiliarization of the Russian symbolists, but by presenting ready-mades, by presenting regular objects in having been used within this strange world of the roleplay. This is a carpet from my friend Ed Forniellis' LARP, which he presented at Frieze London. And this is a carpet, his LARP was all about frat houses in America. And this is the carpet on which a frat house had occurred in. So they all had a enormous frat party within the LARP, and he presented the carpet as an artwork. But this is just a regular carpet. And so there is, again, this kind of recontextualization. These are some photographs from a LARP that I created, which we also exhibited, and so on and so forth. Now, let me see where. And so again, we have this. Sorry. Here. And okay, yes. Also, process art, right? So process art is another art historical phenomenon, and both a way in which we can understand the influence of LARP on the art world, and the way in which we can present LARP within a museum context. So this is this was part of these are some photographs that are part of an installation of a LARP that I created, which was all about. So those of you who are not in the LARP nerd world, there is a huge amount of amazing documentation that people here, I assume, this woman also has created about sort of academic texts and guide and design tools that have been extremely useful, and we chose to exhibit that within the when we exhibited our LARP. And these are all, so this is the ideas. So to tell you a bit more about the LARP was created by, so there's an amazing kind of guerrilla architecture foundation called ArkDes, not ArkDes, no, called, that's so funny. Maybe also, but there's a great, amazing, called the Anti-Pavilion Foundation, and they create kind of protests, illegal pavilions in London that don't have any permission to be built. And every year they do a competition, and they invite architects from all over the world to apply and build one of these. And one year they built one of them, and it was a shack with a corrugated iron roof. I wish I had a photograph of it for you. With a corrugated iron roof, and and it was all built out of reclaimed wood. And I recently found out, only last week while I was preparing this, that it was designed to kind of illustrate sort of co-living and the housing crisis, and it had a wonderful conceptualization. But when it was presented to me to create a site-specific LARP response, I saw it as a LARP in the middle of as a shack in the middle of a medical marijuana corporation's farm. And so my LARP was all about influencers visiting a corporate medical marijuana facility in the Mojave Desert. And it was based a lot on American apparel. Anyway, it was very strange. You can look it up. But it was interesting that my response to the building was so diametrically opposed to what the architecture's conceptualization of it was. And we had an extraordinary time, and we documented it by showing these elements, as well as there was a video art component, because all of the participants played Instagram influencers and as such recorded their own experience from their own subjective viewpoints. And that allowed us to create a kind of video collage that reflected the interiority of the subjects, and which was a wonderful way of getting around the kind of just photographing people LARPing, because you have no idea what they're thinking. And the LARP takes place largely within their minds. Sorry?
Svante there is doing
yes.
cat sign on you. Sorry.
Well, thank you. This is some more photographs. Yes. Thank you. That's all I have time for today.
I'm sure we can expand a little bit in the conversation. Simone is on her way, but now we're going to hear from Sagalinn and Leon. I don't know how you're orchestrating this. Who goes first or together? Or?
Yeah, no, we've chatted a bit about it. We're basically just going to have a very chill conversation together.
Awesome.
with sort of the audience. No, we don't have any slides. We're doing this
very relaxed.
Extremely relaxed.
Yeah.
And
maybe we'll start how we met.
maybe we'll start by saying our names again.
Yeah. I'm Leon.
I'm Sagalinn. And I use she, they pronouns. And Leon uses
He, him.
Yeah. And yeah, we're actually previous colleagues from Studiefrämjandet here in Stockholm, which had a 3-year-long project that was funded by Allmänna arvsfonden called Live Akademien, or LARP Academy. And it was an initiative to teach children and youths between the ages of 10 and 15 about live action roleplay, how you participate in it, how you play it, what it is, and also how you write your own LARPs. So we would have, each semester, we would have a group of kids, and we'd teach them about world building and stuff, and then at the end of the semester they would have their own LARP that they had co-created with us, that they would play out. So that's how we met, yeah.
Yeah. And I never thought that LARP would be a meriting experience for getting jobs, but apparently it is, or has been for my part. So
yeah, no, that was really cool to be able to actually work with our hobby that way.
Yeah. And I think it's in a sense for me at least, giving to kids the same tools that I had growing up in Stockholm, using I've have a background in theater and been playing theater since I was a child, and also met with different subcultures that different punks and ravers and stuff that also made LARPs and went to LARPs. So I've been integrated this. It's been a free space. I think we are trying to pass on
Yeah, like a safe and creative space for kids and youths for self-exploration and also for finding different tools and ways to interact with and explore the world, which I think LARP can be a really powerful tool for that. And we were contacted for this seminar by ArkDes through our work at LARP Academy, because apparently they wanted some young people to come talk. To get a youth perspective from sort of the community.
Yeah.
And we haven't just worked with kids and taught them about LARPs, we both started LARPing as children.
Yes.
So we're both sort of second generation. My parents are actually here. You can give a little wave. There we go. That's my dad there to the left and my mum to the right. My mum took me to my first LARP when I was 10. And we started LARPing together as a family, and that's.
I think I actually heard about that, like legend-wise. There was some 10-year-old girl who got to play a princess, and she was like awesome. so the legend traveled. I don't know if that was you.
No, the princess thing was later on. I have been a princess
I
at the
think
same LARP as my mother, but that was when I was like 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, you and
When I was 10, I was her handmaid. She played the princess.
Okay.
Thing.
Yeah, and you and your siblings started LARPing together.
I started LARPing with my siblings, and then they pulled my father into this, and he was a avid Dungeons and Dragons player as growing up, and then we eventually went LARPing the whole family, and I even brought along my entire school class one year for LARPing this really small, cute LARP called Alf, I think. I don't quite remember, but it was really fun. Yeah. So I've had this also just the aspects, the DIY aspects of LARPing, I think has been really influential for me. Just seeing my father and my siblings making different armor pieces out of leather and chainmail, and like the amount of work that goes into that has been really inspiring. And finding that kind of DIY spirit in many different subcultures as well as LARP, and like that's really inspired me to go on in my personal life to start making art and making DIY stuff for myself. I think that's...
Yeah, because we've sort of gone different routes after, I think, starting out in similar LARP contexts as kids. And then, we've gone down pretty different paths in the LARPing world until we met through LARP Academy. So I would call you an artist.
Yeah.
And so you've gone more down the art way and sort of integrated LARP into other of your practices?
Yeah, well, I quite enjoy like the making of costumes and props and stuff for LARPs. So when I've designed LARPs with friends, I have like made big costumes, a big monster for what do you call it? Skräck Alive.
Like horror.
Horror Alive,
LARPs.
yeah, horror LARP out in the woods, which was quite an intense experience for me as well as the players. Stuff like that.
Yes.
Has mostly been my focus, I think.
Yeah, and I've sort of stuck to LARP as a medium. I don't do a lot of other kinds of art. So I started, like James mentioned, I started writing and designing my own LARP when I was 17. And then later ran it at 18, 19, something like that. And then I started designing and organizing LARPs on an international level. So I'm mostly active in the international Nordic LARP community, mostly through Avalon LARP Studio, which I'm a part of. And I've been to Knutpunkt, those kind of things. And there I've sort of mostly, looking at my cheat sheet here, I think in that context, I'm probably mostly known for talking about intergenerational storytelling, which is, I had a Nordic LARP talk as well about this, which is recorded something on the internet, if you want to watch it. But basically what happens when people of different generations create stories together, very much inspired of my experiences of LARPing with my family members and their friends when I was a kid, and how that affected our relationships, but also how you can share your perspectives between different ages, and how important that can be. And then I've also worked a bit to further younger voices within the international community from younger organizers and also younger players, because age can be quite marginalizing in certain aspects. And I've talked a bit about queer stories and queer history and queer identities, places and importance in like historically inspired LARPs, for example, and about queer erasure. And then through Avalon, we talk a lot about how to run responsive story at an event. So if your players do something while the LARP is happening, how do you respond to that as an organizer? And related to that, designing for agency to make sure that your participants can actually affect their own stories and they feel empowered by the experience that you're providing.
Yeah.
And we've discussed a bit, like you like talking about like the materiality sort of of LARP, because you work pretty like physically and like with your hands a lot, and sort of I feel like you have a more process maybe focused
Yeah, I would
way of approaching it.
I guess that's I work with most things in a process, I think. And it's just because it's really hard to just come up with something on the spot. So I like the workshopping approach, and I think that's come from me from growing up doing improvisation theater and like workshopping and doing different improv stuffs, and then putting all that together to play and approaching LARP in a similar way, and like trying to build a narrative around different integral key parts, which could be an object like a map, or like some of the LARPs that we created together with where we've had different masks and the map, of course, and also see how that also fails very hard if for example the group doesn't find the map, and then okay, what are we supposed to do? Then they start rummaging and like destroys the whole storyline of the LARP. I don't know. Not last, but the one before that.
The one we ran for the like
The small people, the tiny people.
Oh yeah. Our small people LARP. Our children wanted to create like, if you've seen like the borrowers, where there's these like tiny people living in your house, and they live like in the walls and stuff, and they come out and steal little trinkets and use to decorate their homes and stuff. Our kids at LARP Academy wanted to do that, and we were like, well, we don't have a shrink tray. How are we going to portray this? Yeah. So we went into the basement of Studio Främjande Stockholm's place and pretended that was like the inside of a wall, and that we were really tiny, and we tried to upsize a bunch of things. Like we made a microchip that was like this big, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and then they didn't find certain pieces, and it was really hard to actually keep the story going there, because we were quite constrained. So I guess what we want to talk about here, like during the discussions later on, is a lot about intergenerational connections, but
Yeah.
then also both the materiality and artifacts, and as well as the theory behind LARP design.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. We are now going to, again, invite anybody in that wants to step in. And Simone, direct from Arlanda Airport. Do you want to sit here? So you can sit there, maybe.
Either way, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
There's a little clicker over there that maybe
Okay.
we can pass over. And go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Well, coming here a little bit left field, I think. But here to talk about my practice, which is mainly film, and looking at vision technology. So ways that machines are trained to look at the human body, and how there is a certain ambiguity might be lost, and how we take on certain or different kinds of identities, or that's at least what a sort of human instinct is, and machines might want you to do another thing, which is much more default, much more standardized. So I'll just quickly walk through a few projects. This is one from 2013, which was a set of T-shirts that featured celebrity lookalikes. And what I was interested in is sort of fooling face recognition technology at the time. So it was much part of sort of auto-tagging in Facebook. This was also around the time of the leaks by Edward Snowden on sort of whole blanket surveillance. So this idea of surveillance or face recognition not only being convenient, but maybe also having a darker side, really sort of surfaced around this time. And so for me, I think celebrity lookalikes was sort of a funny way of, trying to be part of that discourse. As in saying, as a human being, maybe you also sometimes struggle to recognize someone for who they are, and you put them in a box. And the same might apply to how these sort of seeing technologies are developed. And this sort of seamlessly went into a film called The Fragility of Life, where I spent some time with Teresa Barnwell. This is Teresa. And this was right before sort of end November or beginning of November of 2016. So the elections in the US where Donald Trump was elected as US president against Hillary Clinton. And so I was sort of hanging around with this person that was an impersonator, professional impersonator for Hillary Clinton. Simply interested in this duality between who she is as Teresa and then how she is seen in her job, as in this completely other person that is a political figure, but also a sort of celebrity look-alike. And here I had her 3D scans. And what I was interested in is simply the question of who owns this 3D scan, as in there weren't really any sort of paperwork involved. I just asked her to sort of stand in front of the cameras, sort of the portraits taken, and then I have to file. But that's very strange, as in I can animate it, right? It's still on my computer. I can still animate it today, make her do all kinds of stuff. So I was interested in this sort of second layer that CGI or computer-generated imagery added on top of this sort of appearance or identity, where suddenly it's removed from her. She still kind of looks like Hillary Clinton, but I can do whatever I want with it. To the extent of sort of decimating in 3D, that would be, sort of a 3D mesh is made up of either squares or triangles that sort of create that volume. And so taking away the amounts of triangles that make up that mesh, basically reducing the resolution, really in a simple way, sort of deconstructs this appearance. And so from there, doing a little bit of a jump, but I think CGI or like computer vision is something that really sort of carries through all of my work until today. And mainly I'm doing work around computer vision now. So I think from face recognition, I sort of realized that the T-shirt operated like a bug report, like I pointed out how the technology fails. And so I felt like, well, maybe my role is a little bit strange here as a designer. It felt uncomfortable to sort of improve it. So I was curious in sort of turning that around and trying to understand how sort of these technologies are being made. And that just meant that I started looking at training data sets. And I always like to use this video to just talk about computer vision as in like, I think as a human, there's a certain way that you dissect an image. There's like a cat in a monkey suit with a banana, but describing that, I guess sort of the new term would be prompting, right, to another sort of mechanism might not be as simple. So sort of segmenting the image into its parts and figuring out what the sort of important information bits are and for whom are what's interesting. So this here is sort of the cow shark. Another example where if you run it through two different kinds of computer vision systems, on the one hand there's ResNet, and that one sort of favors the shape, so of the shark, over the texture, whereas BagNet favors texture, and that just means it points to the kinds of information that it was fed in training, the way it's going to look, and that also means that it directly impacts the type of information or the way it, the system is going to look at the image. So suddenly, sort of the one that looks at texture sees sort of a sorrel, ibis and hound, like it looks at the type of fur, so it sees types of animals like dogs and an ox, and sorrel is green, so it's grass. And on the left, it really just sees the fishiness of the image. And that kind of segues into a work called Homeschool, which is what you're looking at here is literally sort of the contents of one of these training data sets for indoor navigation. So something that potentially should be fed, for example, an automated vacuum cleaner, so that it can sort of move through a space and understand this as a table. And what I'm interested in there, which we're going to get to, is this sort of, other sort of fields have tried to debunk this idea that there is such a thing as a standard. For example, in linguistics, William Labov actually really wanted to like pin down like where's the difference between the cup and the bowl. So he made this sort of mathematical calculation that this is exactly where like the cup ceases to be a cup and it is a bowl. But the thing that he misses here, of course, is context. And so if a cup is a bowl in some way is really banal. But at the same time, if you're not talking about cups and bowls, but about identities, about human beings, about sort of living organisms, it's a really different problematic. Specifically here, sort of saying all of these things are chairs. These are literally objects that are within this sort of major training data set, and they are within the folder called chair. And I mean, they're objects for sitting, but in terms of what they do, of course, they are entirely different. Some of them are supposed to be in interior spaces, some are not. The function is really different. The bottom left, I find highly disturbing. It's like this perfect remake of the electrical chair at Sing Sing prison. So it's sort of accidentally ended up within this training data set of a domestic space. But I think these sort of accidents, right, are a little bit the problematics that I try to get behind, because they also point to just the humanness. Like none of this tech is necessarily, it's not objective. It is very much made and constructed. And similarly here, and I think this is maybe where we get a little bit into territories of LARP to some extent, but looking at textures as well. So within CGI, there's different ways of outputting an image. And this here is simply looking at the virtual distance. So how far away is an object from a virtual camera? And the color gradient just shows that something is further away. So the darker it gets, the further away it is. And it completely removes the sort of the layer of texture. And one thing I was interested in there, of course, is a gun, which is also part of the domestic data set, which is questionable. But are we talking about, a gun that would shoot someone? Is it a water pistol? Is it a toy? So all of this sort of categorization really matters. But there's different layers of information that are added on top of that. And so fast forward, I think sort of running away from computer vision, which might sometimes seem like a tech we're not necessarily in contact with too often, to computational photography. On the one hand, entirely different fields of research, but they do meet within CGI or within computer-generated imagery. And specifically, this is sort of an image by Apple introducing in 2018 their new camera. And the last 3 images are processes. Well, this whole stack actually is what happens once you sort of press the button and you take a photo on an iPhone. And this is what will be referred to as computational photography. So there's processes happening rather than a capture. So there's computation as optics. And the last 3, I think, are, at least to me, the interesting ones, where you have face detection, facial landmarking, and segmentation. So again, there's computer vision embedded within actually a moment of capture, and in a sort of analysis of the information within the image that happens. And why computational photography? It's mainly so that software, which is very tiny in a phone, can sort of simulate hardware, so lenses, cameras, that will be much larger. And one thing would be, for example, to sort of simulate depth of field, right, so that the background is blurred. And on the right is a zoom in of the left. And you sort of see that there, sort of the cup is the bowl, right? Sort of where does the human end becomes sort of unclear, mainly because of the hair. So it's really difficult there to be incredibly precise for the computer system to really draw that border. And in some way, I think these sort of fuzzy ambiguities are interesting. And so to sort of wrap this up quite quickly, but one character that always follows me through my work is this guy, which is Duck Rabbit, by Ludwig Wittgenstein, and his sort of idea that seeing that versus seeing as, there's different kinds of perspectives and interpretations of looking at the world, so that this duck can also be a rabbit. So one thing I'm working on now is a series of videos where this duck rabbit becomes very cute, but sort of is a character that is trying to seek out this ambiguity, trying not to be pinned down by a very standardized worldview, sort of slip through certain, well, maybe pockets of being different identities, if those are still allowed. And as such, really sort of a coming of age, sort of queer life story that I'm working on now. But yeah, this is what I figured I'll bring here today. Thank you.
Sure. Let's see, shall I sit here while we do the talk? First of all, thank you for these excellent presentations. I have so many questions. We'll see how many we can get through. But first, my name is Svante, and as James mentioned here previously, I think one of my connections into this is I come from the world of drag, which is, I don't know, a neighbor perhaps we could describe it through the LARP, or even not a neighbor, actually a collaborator. Of course, it intersects. And I think one of my sort of connections to this is the fact that when I do drag, I do pretty crazy drag. I don't do, pretty drag. I look like demonic plastic surgery disasters drag. It's a very strange kind of drag I do, I think. Today there is a huge, intellectual interest in drag, and there are studies being made, and theory and performativity theory and so on. And I am part of that world too, but that's not why I do it at all. I do it from a pure sense of instinct and things that I don't know, actually. And the best part of drag for me is not really when I'm on stage and on the club scene and so on. It's actually, sitting at a bus stop after the gig and looking at interaction and all the things happening, that energy that comes with it. That's, I think, the main reason I do it. And when we come into this world, I think it's so interesting because the world of LARP is, first of all, a world, or many worlds even. I mean, as soon as we name something, now we know it's called LARP and so on, but as soon as we do that, of course, there's a risk of, limiting it a little bit, as we have in the title here as well. But it's so important, as you, I think, also point to, that this really points out to so many different big questions. And I want to start with what I understand now is going on is a recognition process, let's say, right? we talked a lot about ASMR, James and I, when we talked about this in the start. And ASMR was a huge phenomenon that was existing and had all these different genres developing and all over the world. Suddenly got the name ASMR, and now it's a thing. We know what it is and so on. And when I started thinking about LARP, I thought, you know, oh, this is an ephemeral phenomenon. I bet the museums haven't done anything about this. I was wrong. There is a research landscape around LARP in several different academic disciplines. Anna, you and I talked about there are museums interested in this as well. So there is a recognition process going on since a few years. Even Allmänna arvsfonden now understands that this is a thing. And my first question to all of you is, in what ways is this recognition process important to you, and in what ways is it not? Because I bet why you do this as practitioners is not for, you know, an outside validation. At the same time, of course, on a practical note, it's maybe useful. So in what ways is the recognition process, the naming of this, important, and in what ways isn't it? Who would like to start?
Should I? Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna say against what you said. I made the LARP A Nice Evening with the Family in 2007, and we got money from Allmänna arvsfonden. So that's been happening for a long time. We even got Nordic culture money. I've got Kulturbryggan money. Like it's not happening. I feel it's been like a very, very slow curve. I don't feel like it's happening the last year. Maybe what's happening the last year, I would say, is like that you can see it in newspaper article. Like they say they live or they're LARP. It happens in newspaper article. And at På spåret they had a question that were, what is this? And all the participants answered LARP, which I was like, oh. Then, of course, it was cosplay, and cosplay are a little bit behind us in recognition because they're like the next generation. So it's working. And I don't know, for me, I think that's always been my kind of dream, like working with this or doing this. So it's been and if it could be more recognized, maybe we can actually have, you know, artists in residency for LARP organizers. We can have like paid LARP organizers. We can like come to the next level, because this is still, and maybe that's in the art form itself. It's being subcultural, participatory. It's still like it's so much personal resource behind it. So getting it to be so that you can give salaries and give like okay salaries for people, it's very far off. Like you can sometimes you can do it for kids LARP, like, because then you have rich parents, or like like there's a kids LARP, but then of course like you can say it's like with theater, like kids theater and adult theater, they're both theater, but they're also a bit different. Like they're like none of them is so I feel we're getting there, maybe, or I don't know, we're taking small steps forwards, but it's also taking very, very long.
Yeah, so there's a recognition process in, you know, you have the name, we have the phenomenon, but the next step, as you say, to have funding and sort of that kind of recognition, that's where it's not so far gone. What do you say as practitioners? What about you? This outside recognition, how is that for you?
I mean, part of it feels quite vindicating, I must say. Because, I mean, I think both of us have memories of being bullied in, like, middle school for being a nerd, and, like, oh, those kids over there, they think they're wizards. Which, of course, we didn't. So being recognized in a more mainstream establishment feels vindicating in that way.
Yeah, and it's, I don't know, I'm thinking of when it's going to take, like, this next step from being a nerd thing to being a accepted culture thing. That's like, because I still feel that divide kind of, and this is taking a step towards that.
Yeah.
It's like you're saying.
I think what I'm worried about with this is that there's already quite a divide between, like, more artsy LARPs that are, of course, considered, like, better and more impressive than I would say more playful ones, where you like run around in the woods and you hit each other with foam swords. That can be really fun. And
I think it's really important too to don't forget to play even as adults.
yeah.
Like it's important to play as a child because it's a learning experience, but we can't forget that.
Yeah,
growing
and
up.
you don't stop learning, even as an adult. But so I guess now with like an institution like ArkDes, which I thought I would never speak at, recognizing LARP, it's great, but it's also, I mean, I'm obviously more tempted to talk about more artsy LARPs I've attended or organized here than my experiences of being in the forest with my friends.
I think similarly, there's a tension between these two there are two spectrums in which you could place LARP. One is, one that is related, and it's also something to do with the difference between the kind of the Anglosphere and the Nordic world, in the sense that in the Anglosphere, when I talk about LARP and when people talk to me about LARP, non-LARPers rather talk to me about LARP, it's often within this context of experiential, world, which starts with theme parks on one end and then moves towards sort of immersive theatre, and then LARP being kind of the most radical form, if you like, of experiential art, and that is obviously booming. And what concerns me about that categorization is that even though I like that it's more related to play than about this, than high art, is that what I've seen as I've sort of played around in those forms as well is this increasing commercialization that came with this public recognition that is in a way, there's private equity groups that recently bought out Secret Cinema, and they're doing Netflix tie-ins, and it's and of course immersive advertising and all of this world, and so there is a sense of being weary of that. And then the other spectrum is and then there's also the kind of fine art world and sort of, the high art, the kind of opera, the sort of, theatre rather than musicals kind of thing. And I don't know, it's an interesting boundary but we need to be careful.
Yeah.
I think that there's two important things there, and it's like, I reacted when you said, like, you don't really want to talk about the times when you ran around in the woods with your friends, but like, and that isn't maybe impressive, but it's important for you.
Yeah.
And I think of that like with the personal experience. I do stuff that I wouldn't like, that regular people wouldn't like accept or something, like doing an occult practice out in the woods, like having a ritual that isn't something seen as normal. But I don't do it for anyone else or for something, but I do it for myself. And I think there's two important different. You can do it as a important thing where you say something very important and it's supposed to be out in the open, or you do it like for your personal gain. I think there's two.
So that's two very good examples. I think what you talked about before, let's call it the nerd stigma, let's say, which is a great parallel to like the queer stigma in drag and so on. And in that sense, it is great with this outside recognition because you have a tool, you have something to change that dynamic, that conversation a little bit. But then you have the other flip side, of course, as you say, the more intuitive process. We really need to be left in peace in just exploring whatever you explore when doing it. But I was thinking also, as you touched on a little bit, Philip, this, of course, we define LARP in a cultural system of hierarchies, and we're all struggling, of course, with the cultural hierarchies, with the fine arts and then the arts not so fine, as Walter Crane put it, to mark the fact that in the Western world, we are trapped in this art system, And even though we fight against it, we, do nothing else than criticizing it. I mean, the institutions, the collections, our minds are still, pre-programmed to have these hierarchies and so on, and just calling this ephemeral art, for instance, is a way of perhaps cementing that a little bit. But how important is it to have a definition of what LARP is? How important is that?
This is a can of worms.
I think it's more important to have a definition of what LARP isn't.
Oh, really?
So you can have a negative definition that, so it's very easy to just start thinking that everything is a LARP, right? A job is a LARP, social, like class is a LARP, but that's probably not the case, right? There is a way. I guess where I would begin with the definition is, what are the minimal constraints on something not being a LARP, right? So, everyone plays a role, right, in some sense, and these roles are both outwardly defined and inwardly defined. But we can think of a LARP is specifically a constructed role-playing scenario, right? Those roles, we self-define them, and the society defines them for us in a certain way, right? Our jobs, husband, wife, so on. And of course, these are being questioned in fascinating ways by different subcultures. But in a LARP, there are rules. There are rules, and there are limits. There are time limits. And that's kind of the sort of area that I would begin to sort of find a definition in.
So you think it's important to have actually defend it a little bit, and also, I mean, of course, we're all celebrating today being open and flexible in our concepts, but the flip side, of course, if it's too free, you actually lose a very important essence. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, and we have, this is a table, that's a LARP. We need to have some word to explain what it is. And then, of course, like any word, like the word theater has also changed a little, exactly what a theater is. Like, are you quiet or not in the audience? That would be different over history. And I'm sure the word LARP will shift a little bit, but I agree with basically what you're saying. Like, we need this kind of, we're pretending there's a magic circle and...
Yeah.
What about for you, Simone? I mean, in your practice, also in the digital exploration of this, how does sort of cultural definitions play a role here for you? Do they, or how is your process in that regard?
I mean, I think there's a tension that I'm interested in. I mean, also to what Philippe was just speaking about, where we tend to sort of generalize. I think sometimes that can be really helpful, right? To just explain to maybe someone that hasn't thought about a certain thing that they play roles, right? Sort of saying, oh no, I'm not interested in drag, for example, or in LARP. Sort of also generalizing themselves about these kind of practices, right? That are other than themselves. Trying to hold on to this idea that there is sort of one identity and that I do have a true self and that is what you're seeing right now. And sort of denying that probably there is a shift and an ambiguity within how we go through the world anyways. I mean, that's also sort of my interest in LARP. So a very general take, really just this idea that there is a very specific and a very rule-based space that exists for the fact that you want to sort of go beyond what you could be, want to be, and can just explore what that means. Whereas I think within sort of the spaces that we normally inhabit, that has a little bit lost, or has been lost. And I think that's, the digital only sort of underwrites that, right? I think sort of a stupid example, but metaverse, right? Sort of this idea that you can be anything because now it's digital, but it's still really sort of holding on to this sort of body, doesn't have legs, and that's like the big problem, like we don't have legs. But not necessarily thinking about the fact what it could mean that you don't have a body and that you can be anything. And I think that, of course, also speaks to the commercialization, but it is, I think, a complete loss of possibilities, essentially. And maybe that's not possible on such a grand scale. Maybe that only exists within subcultures. That's another thing, I think, to talk about. But the tension I'm sort of interested in and constantly find is also within queer cultures, for example, this constant naming, like you have to call, right, sort of the LGBTQ that then people find funny, that there's always more letters added to it. But there's a reason, because there's a constant reaction to the fact that we still don't even understand that there might be a difference between people. So you keep on creating more categories. And that just means that at the end of the day, maybe now you've like over-categorized the world and that's actually what you're against, right? So you're like, oh no, now I, like myself, have like 50 terms and I just wanted to be me. But I think that, so I don't necessarily have an answer, but that's more sort of that tension that I sort of move within with the practice. And the digital just sort of is a place where that becomes very obvious because it is super commercial.
Yeah.
At least the one that we use.
And that's again a parallel to drag, yeah.
Yeah, it's also interesting, like, what is LARP? Because what I've seen during the last 20 years is when people try to live on it somehow, they go into pedagogic world and do LARP for kids, which is pedagogical work, like, good teachers have done LARPy things for kids for a long time, like pedagogical. They go into management and they do like management training. Now you're going to practice firing someone, or they do what you just talked about and that's what I've done, into the event circle, like, and then it kind of stops being LARP. I hate when I hear that, oh, we did a LARP at the office. I'm like, no, you didn't. like I'm guessing it could be done, but it's like when we try to make it more commercial or more famous, more recognized, do we lose the essence, which is we are a group of people, we're here voluntary, we're doing this together, we're playing the story, and we like want to make the most of it.
Another parallel here, of course, is, I mean, in the drag world, the last year's elevation of drag in the cultural hierarchy has not contributed to a deeper sense of agreeing on what drag is. It has done the reverse. There are more conflicts and more severe conflicts and more complex conflicts than ever before about how to define drag and so on. So it's always this tension, as we talked about before. But what were you going to say?
No, I was thinking about the similarities between like the LARPing culture and the burner culture, which is, it's kind of similar to LARPing because you have the aspect of being whoever you want and you take on a different name, and it's kind of similar and like creating this alternate reality in the real, and this also big DIY, but it's also not LARP because it doesn't follow the same rules as LARP. It's more anarchistic in its nature, or
there's no shared social construction.
No,
really, it's more, it's anarchic, right, by definition. And I think what's missed is there really has to be an idea that we are all constructing a reality together, and that is the same reality, right?
It's a shared, yeah. I wanted to invite the audience in just a minute, but I was thinking also during all of your presentations on the fact that when we see LARP as this ephemeral phenomenon, we don't, I think, see the potential of there's so much knowledge and so much things to be learned about society, how we're using space, how we're using non-human design, as you talked about, James. There is obviously huge learning possibilities here. And maybe you could just give a few examples of, if you think of LARP as this huge resource of understanding society and gender roles and using space and design and architecture and even nature, of course. What do you think we should look at? What questions should we perhaps be more aware of in terms of what LARP teaches us about society and how we function together as humans?
You took the big brush.
Yeah.
But I'm going to repeat what I said in the that you can change the world.
Through LARP.
Yeah, or no, you can just change, because the world is changeable. Everything that is in this world, someone has agreed upon here too. How we dress, and it's been worked out over centuries and so on, and it's changeable. And I don't know if it's changeable by LARP or by drag or by whatever anyone does, but it's changeable. Dot.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. I also think that there's so much potential in understanding our world and our society as it is today by flipping the script, like by changing the rules. Like there are LARPs where you switch gender roles around so that it's a matriarchy that's really oppressive towards people assigned male, and some, especially assigned male people, have really big revelations through those kind of experiences. Like, I never actually realized how much of a structural issue this is, and now I'm taking a lesson with me into the real world. And also, just like we talked about before, self-exploration. Like it's a safe playing space where you can try, for example, presenting as a different gender than you do in everyday life. And there are several like personal LARP stories about finding your true self and coming out as trans after certain LARP experiences.
I think what underpins the ability to investigate those questions is the fact that, role playing is an essential part of like everyday life in a certain sense. Like we all play roles, and so LARP is a way of investigating the very nature of role playing in a controlled, in a constructed environment. Now, there are two ways to go around. So, as well as what you were talking about, I often think about the idea, certain emotions that people are not, that people don't get to feel. And you mentioned briefly about one of my favorite LARPs, Just a Little Loving, which was an extraordinary LARP about the AIDS crisis in New York in the late 70s and the early 80s, and it's really a LARP about grief in many ways. It's about many other things, but it was an extraordinary to be able to live in this constructed reality and have the experience of grief and loss and community decline and all of these things, and be able to understand those things without having to actually live through them. Now, and then there is a kind of meta level at which you can do that. So in my practice, one of the things that I did, I did this LARP. I was really interested in role-playing in everyday life and looking at, I was obsessed with Instagram influencers and the idea of like public persona versus private persona. So I created a LARP in which everyone had an Instagram account, and all these Instagram accounts had 25,000 followers, and they had to post and be Instagram influencers for like several weeks before their in-person LARP. And it was, and of course, and then I just introduced 3 layers. It's like a Russian doll, right? You have the person, then the character, and then the character's online persona. And it was just about, adding more and kind of doing a sort of meta LARP, right? Because being a celebrity is almost like a LARP already.
It's like you quoted RuPaul before, James. Another quote from him is, of course, that when we do drag, or really any kind of play or costuming, it doesn't conceal who you are. It actually brings out who you are, either as an individual, but also as a group or as a society. And a LARP like that, of course, is a way of, exploring a huge trauma, which is also so complex and, of course, so important, and actually also very close in time, in a way that can make it feel both distant and near, depending a little bit. So there's huge possibilities here as well. But let's invite the audience also to a few questions. And I wonder, Joe, if I could start by inviting Sagalinn. Your mother is here.
Oh, they just left.
Oh, they just left. Oh.
They have a very important big dinner for their friends.
Oh, I see. But is there anyone here in the audience who has seen LARP for a longer time and sort of seen this journey from it having a name and so on? Perhaps not. But otherwise, is there any other questions from the audience that we could, or just commentaries on this? Because this is a huge topic.
Could we do a hands? How many here has LARPed, has been on a LARPed? So very few, actually. So it's okay.
That's interesting.
About 5, no?
5 people.
I would like to ask, how many here, after hearing us speak, would like to try LARPing?
Everyone.
We got them.
Minus a few.
Fell right into the trap.
That's amazing. I will certainly look into this more. Well, then, just a few final questions to round this up. I know a few die-hard LARPers, and it's so fun to talk to them about also the practical side of this, the planning, the fact that in some ways it is actually not a very spontaneous thing. Oh, so sorry. Sorry, what?
Are we supposed to be quiet, or do we ask questions? Or
okay,
great. Then it's just me until somebody else tells me they want to turn. I'll try to be quick. Philip.
Yes.
Yes. So you mentioned you brought up Brecht versus Stanislavski.
Yes.
When you challenged this. What I guess today would be the vanilla idea of immersion being a key point to LARP, and there was, I don't remember who said it, but somebody said that they saw LARP as this innately freeing thing, and something about it didn't click for me listening to it, and then you later on specifically said that one of the core things when you try to define LARP is that it needs to be limited.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And just like when you have a character that you embody in anything, a common mistake and challenge is to frame them within what they won't do, which means, of course, they can't be larger than yourself, and you make a straitjacket around it. So, with all that, could you just tell me a bit more about the Brecht and Stanislavski into why immersion isn't what you...
No, this is very interesting. I was actually meaning to bring... Thank you for asking that question. That's an excellent question. So, Yeah, so there is a tension, I think, and I would love to know what you guys think as well, if I try and expand this, that between immersion and the fact that we are aware that this is not real, constantly, right? So when you, and I hate to bring this up again, but when you do in VR or immersive theater or other kind of experiential forms, or or a really good movie, right? There is a suspension of disbelief. There is this idea that you will eventually just, if it's really a compelling story, if it's very well made, you will forget the outside world and be within the story. And this happens to all of us when we listen to a beautiful piece of music, when we read an extraordinary novel, and so on and so forth, right? And in a way, LARP is the most immersive form, medium. But simultaneously, when you LARP, necessarily you are constantly aware that this is not you're constantly aware. I mean, we talk about this in the more technical terms as the difference between the character motivations and the player motivations, right? So often, you will want to experience, something that is very sad for your character. But your character obviously doesn't want to be very sad unless they're, a melancholic person or whatever. But, there are often these conflicting emotions, and good LARPers, I think, are able to navigate this conflict well, right? And in many ways, maybe that is what a good LARPer is, I don't know. But notwithstanding that means that there is this tension between total immersion and the constant understanding that this is not, that this is constructed. And yet somehow it works. So I just, how?
But I think, I don't, in a way, this immersion, it came from Finland. It was very yes, you are your character all the time. But what you do is, it's like you're both the director and you're both directing the film and you're watching it at the same time. Because of course you as a player kind of control the shots. And it's, as you say, but I feel it's very hard to get into it all, because and that's what makes it good. You're yes, now I'm turned here. Oh, now I'm just ignoring him because then he will get a bit pissed and this will get an interesting conflict late. You have that. But then, of course, I think the term flow is interesting. Sometimes you can get a really flow when you co-pilot back here could chill it for a bit. So I'm a bit skeptical to the Finns. They had this whole, you should be immersive. So I actually played a prison LARP once, a 70s setting, and we were locked in prison cells for a day or two. It was boring, not immersive. Being alone in your cell for a long time wasn't fun. It was funnier when they came and get you and you got to interact with other people. Surprise, surprise. So I don't know, but I do feel we can explore Brechtian practice more. Yeah,
it's not method acting. I think that's an important thing to say.
It's not method acting. And even method actors, they know, if you do this, this will happen. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't, even if I'm so into my character, I'm never going to stab or kill you because that will have real world consequences and be sad.
I mean, I would say that there is something to the so-called Finnish immersion closet, can we call, which is where you sit alone in
which would be the Stanislavskian approach.
Yeah, and you sit alone and cry in a closed closet, and that's the best LARP experience of your life. I think there's something to it, because especially as a child, I mean, it was harder for me to actually differentiate between reality and LARP. And everything felt really real. But that's still something I strive for when I LARP myself. I do really enjoy immersion, and when you get that flow, I've had events where I've dreamt in character. When my brain turns off and processes things, I have this other person's personality in my dream. And when you don't at all have to think about your character's actions anymore, you just act, you just are. And that's also a really cool phenomenon. Bleed, yeah, we can talk about bleed too. Bleed is a term for when your experiences during a LARP or as a character bleed into your own self or your own emotions. So I guess the standard example is if I'm playing a character at a LARP and I meet another character, someone I don't know out of game, I don't know their real person. And our characters fall in love, and we have this really intense story together. Then once the event is over, those emotions might not just vanish automatically, even though I intellectually know that I am not that character, they are not that person, I don't even know their actual name. You can still feel a sort of affection and a bond to that person through the story you've created together. And then, of course, you need healthy coping mechanisms to work through that together, so you don't get this sort of almost parasocial relationship to someone through the character.
And some aftercare almost, or
yeah, there is some sort of smart aftercare with debriefing, and also if you've played a antagonistic relationship together. I once played a really abusive parental role. And after that LARP, I sat for a long time with the people who had played my children and my partner, and we just hugged and talked and cried and apologized and thanked each other, just to work through what had happened and get to know our real selves.
That's another interesting aspect here, of course, ethics, right? When you do these themes, like the AIDS crisis themes or other traumatic events, what are your thoughts about, when you, let's say, border on maybe fetishizing something or sensationalizing something? And can you give examples of discussions about that before you do an event? Are there defined? Are there defined limits?
I don't think there is any limits. There has been a discussion because LARPers, some LARPers has been going for the dark theme. There is dark themes. There is a trend. If it's darker, if you do murder, rape, whatever, then it's good and it's emotional and you want to
It's artsy.
It's art, but we want to push, and so there has been a number of different LARPs and freeform games written about, as you say, the AIDS crisis, what's it called in English? I'm losing the word. Förintelsen. What's that in English?
The Holocaust.
The Holocaust, and so on. So there has been a number of, and I don't think that discussion is coming there is we are LARPers has sometimes this idea about, we're so good, we're doing this theme, but when do you actually change the world, or do you just I had a friend who organized LARPs in the 90s, and he came back and he's like, we're just fetishizing, and now he's a super lefty union leader doing stuff like this. It's just doing LARP. You bring out the trucks and you bring out the stuff and you do the streak or whatever. So I do think there is a question of do we do? But yeah, what do we do?
So what you're saying is that it's actually a conversation that is perhaps not happening in the way it should. Is that your experience too?
I would sort of disagree, but maybe that's because we talk a lot about this in my LARP design collective Avalon. We've talked about the risks of misery tourism.
Oh yeah.
What's that word?
Misery tourism, where you sort of in a consumer manner recreate other actual people's actual traumatic experiences for your own catharsis. Before I joined Avalon LARP Studio, they designed and ran a LARP called The Quota, which is about a refugee experience. It's in a setting where Brexit has gone completely wrong, and Wales is now independent, and you're playing refugees and immigrants from England to Wales, and you're in this detention centre. And there were a lot of discussions about that game. How do we create this in a way that's not sensationalizing actual refugee experiences? How can we be sensitive about this? And they did it in conjunction with another LARP design studio that I sadly have lost the name of.
But I think I agree with you. because when you say the last couple of, that's what I mean when I said the last couple, like 5 years, maybe 10.
Yeah.
Like when I think what I try to go back, like in 2001, I played a refugee LARP as a comment on the then Yugoslavia refugee crisis. And I'm like, 20 years later, maybe I become a little bit more understanding. Has it led to any concrete actions on my or what I know of any of the other participants' parts? Have we become better at hiding refugees? And then there were no mystery tourist discussion.
I think there's also the sense that this is the most like, maybe these are the most important things to do LARPs about. You know, I think that's the motivation behind those who design these sorts of LARPs, is that they do them because they feel like these are really important things for society to come to terms with, and this is why we LARP about them, right? In the same way we LARP in a way to try and understand these things, right? And it's why would you make LARP about anything that is particularly sensitive, right? I don't think there's any kind of nefarious motivations behind any of it.
No, for sure not. But then it's also the question of whether you're making an actual real impact, or because LARPs are so hard to scale up. So if you're affecting the experience and the mentality of like 50 to maybe 200 people, but on the grand scale of things, how much of a difference are you making? And what are the different approaches? Because design is one thing, and then for the quota, the very little profits made from that LARP were donated to Refugees Welcome UK in like an attempt to actually make a material difference, like a tangible impact.
I agree with you. There's so small scale, but on the other hand, like how much does a movie? You can argue the same for any piece of art, like. But
a movie is easier to scale up because you can screen it all over the world, and you don't have to be there and run it and interact, and more people will consume it because it is more mainstream. Perhaps.
It's a good point, Philip, as you say it. Where it hurts the most, there is the biggest need of healing. That's where we should go, either as historians or LARPers or whatever, and so on. But what were you going to say, Anna?
You can also, like when I did A Nice Evening, that's based on Thomas Winterberg's Festen, where the oldest son gets up and accuses his father of rape, and everyone like hishes him up, which became very much more relevant when we ran it after Me Too, which was super interesting. But then when I did it 2007, we were really fighting to make LARP art, at least my generation there. Like I was like, now it's art. We have rape, we have family, we have Ibsen, we have Strindberg. Like it's so dark, it's so Nordic dark. So, and which of course, ever since, if I'm in an art context and say, oh, I made LARP out of Strindberg, people are like, oh, very artistically. And I don't know if that's more artistic than doing, we run around in the forest and had fun. Like,
yeah, I guess it's sort of like getting a foot into the establishment, so to speak, into the fine art context, just dipping your toe in it, like, Strindberg, Ibsen. But we're just sort of playing around with it.
Just want to remind the audience, if you have, the question.
Sorry.
Please.
How can I? Oh, yes, it is. Great. So actually it builds on what you were saying about emotion. And I think, Phil, you mentioned this idea of having a character motivation where you want to feel sadness. So it's this idea of whether it's misery tourism on one end of the spectrum, or this idea of going to a LARP in order to feel an emotion seems to me a very radical idea, like you were talking about. How can LARP help us realize these radical ideas? So I wanted to ask, in your experience, have you ever gone to a LARP wanting to feel a certain emotion?
Personally, sort of. I wouldn't pinpoint it to going like, I want to feel sadness, and I sign up to this experience. But when you sort of market a LARP or just tell each other about it, you tend to have like themes and keywords so that people understand what sort of experience they're signing up to. So if Anna goes like, this LARP is based on Festen, the Danish movie, and I'll be back after this quick announcement.
I love this, like...
My God.
A good interruption.
Sorry, yes, good.
Very healthy in a dialogue to have.
Yes.
It is.
You're not Swedish. You're from somewhere.
No, I'm Brazilian.
Brazilian.
Yeah.
Ah.
I grew up in England.
Cool.
There we are. Please finish your answer.
Right. Where were we?
No, you were talking about like if you're signing up to a refugee LARP or a Jane Austen LARP, you may have different expectations as what you will experience. Just as if you open a book. So yeah, and you want to feel stuff at LARP. I can if I just walked around at a LARP, it's like you go to a party and you're like, yeah, I talked to people, but no one was really interested. It's like, But if you're like, oh God, I met so many people, and then I met
and I had a flirt, and
that makes me think about like this other side of LARP where people recreate wars. Like, why do we feel the need to do that, and what's in it for the people who go to these so-called boffer live?
Right.
Which is the oldest part of LARPing.
Yeah.
Boffer live, boffer LARPs.
Oh, yes.
Named after the type of swords that they use, made of foam.
And they make the boff sound when you hit someone with them.
But battle reenactment is the oldest form of LARPing. Battle reenactment, there's a I talked about the kind of alternate history, but in the regular history of LARPing, it's around sort of the Prussian soldiers in the late 18th century, early 19th century, started doing major reenactments. But of course, there were reenactments in the Colosseum, and there seems to be about battles. There is something about battles that people are constantly wanting to relive, maybe because battles are, as we were talking about earlier, the most widespread in human history form of mass traumatic event, right? And that's really interesting. But they're also intimately tied with things like national identity, cultural history, of a shared memory, and so on and so forth. So there is something very interesting.
And also, I guess, how we construct narrative throughout history, as in battles are sort of put in this very important position in our historical narratives of like, well, this was a defining moment throughout history. There's a lot of battles and a lot of names.
And then, of course, it's fun to fight. Like, it's fun to do Laserdome, or I went to a Danish LARP, which were like a battle LARP. They had 12 battles in 2 days. It was like we were fighting, we died, we drank water, we walked, fight again, and repeated for 12 days. And luckily, my expectations were set right. I was expecting to fight and drink beer and talk with my friends, and I'm only disappointed because I thought there should be more beer. I'm like, there's Denmark. I didn't expect like role-playing or emotional deepness or crying over my friends dying, because they died, took out the plastic waters and drank water, and then we moved on, which was fun. So it's like you just have to expect, right expectations.
It's important to keep the sheer playfulness, the intuitive part of it, intact. Okay, we are actually heading very soon towards lunch, but I want to ask one final question with very short answers. But I was just thinking, since we are here at a museum institution, in the future, what could institutions like this do to help this community or strengthen it, or, provide a platform for more dialogue? What would you like to see from institutions and museums and such to help this?
Excellent question.
I think LARPs should be part. That there are certain LARPs should be part of museum collections.
There should be documentation about them.
Yeah,
in the collection.
I mean there is a precedent for this. What I didn't get to. My favorite LARP within a museum context is a LARP called The Battle of Orgreave, which was done by an artist called Jeremy Della in 2001. And it was a reenactment of the most important clash between the British state and miners during the miners' strikes, which were a very important part of British cultural history during the Thatcher periods. And it was like a violent clash. And he basically got a bunch of LARP and historical reenactment groups to come together who usually do things like the English Civil War or the Romans. And he got them to portray the British police and union of miners, and it entered into the Tate's collections. It's now in the Tate collection, and it's exhibited in this room as a kind of interactive archive with video footage and different kinds of documentation.
But then he's a so-called fine artist, isn't he, Jeremy?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's a fine artist who delved into this world.
Doesn't that mean he has free access to being in a collection, in terms, compared to other kinds of LARP, or?
I mean, I would say creating more more events like this is a great way to give LARP a platform. So thank you, ArkDes. And also inviting us to actually teaching you how you can use this in a museology context. We're sort of bordering there on the when do you lose the essence of LARP if you turn it into more of a pedagogy tool. But also, you have some really cool locations. Can we run LARPs there?
Yes, it's just the space itself, right?
Yeah, offering up space and availability does so much, and also you have so much knowledge in your archives. So fascinating and interesting, and so much we could do with it. We could have so much fun playing with it. So
there's much work to be done.
Yeah.
But with that said, thank you so much for this part. Let's give a hand to our panel.
Yes, thank you. I'm important.
we'll clap for each other. That way it's not embarrassing.
Food.
I don't know. Yep, there we go. It's lunchtime. We're going to start again at 2, so there's an hour. Like I said, there's 2 restaurants that you can go to. You can hang out here. The coffee will be refilled. If you're leaving, take your belongings with you because we cannot be held liable, and I don't know how much we trust each other. It's also the question. But see you again here at 2 when we'll have some people on the screens. We'll have Alice, Kaiser and Tomei from Trojan Horse, and we hope to see you. Thank you again. All right, wonderful. Okay, welcome back, everybody, from that extremely speedy lunch. It's so nice to see actually new faces and some old faces from this morning. This is where the day gets a little bit technologically complex, and we have Omsk Social Club with us on one screen, and we have Terry Nguyen on the other screen, and we have Kaiser and Tomei from Trojan Horse here with us, Alice Shulman, who will be moderating a conversation. We'll begin, I believe, with Omsk Social Club, and I'll give you a cue in a second, and we'll work our way around. As ever, we've just refilled the coffee. As ever, there's space here if you want to grab a cushion and lie down and come and be part of the, whatever it is, stage, pyramidical structure up here. And we'll be done by 4. So that's all the practical information. The toilet queue will subside gradually over the next 10 minutes. So if you want to leave and do that, that's absolutely fine. But without further ado, Omsk Social Club.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Super. So thank you so much for having me. I guess over the course of the next 20 minutes, I just want to speak a little bit to Social Club as a practice, and also what inspires the makings and the sort of conceptual underpinnings, and then also just go through one project. So without further ado, let me just, perfect. So Social Club is a roaming collective, and it kind of sprawls and recoils depending on its form or output. It was established in 2016 and performs itself as a facilitator of role-playing environments inside the contemporary art world. As an artist group, we often work closely with a network of core and public players. Everything is unique and unrehearsed, and the game designs and installations are created to examine virtual egos, popular experiences, and political phenomena that's very close to our peer group, allowing the set of works to become a sort of dematerialized hybrid of modern day culture alongside the participant, the player's unique personal experience of the work itself. In the past, we've introduced landscapes and topics such as the ontology of the avatar. Often works situate themselves within rave strategies and architectures, We've looked at survivalism, catfishing, desire and sacrifice, positive trolling, and algorithmic strategies alongside decentralized cryptocurrency mining farms. As a concept, Omsk has always pitted itself in bleed. Unfortunately, I wasn't here this morning, so I'm not sure how much of the audience has already been brought into these terms. So
we actually had a discussion about bleed.
Ah, okay, so, super. So you know all about bleed. Yeah? I shouldn't explain it.
Oh, no, you should maybe give your perspective. We know the basic concept. Maybe you have another perspective.
Okay. So Social Club always pits itself inside bleed. So this kind of space or corridor between half reality and half fiction. The door is sort of left open between the two, and you have this sort of chasm running through. And if you see the diagram here on the screen, maybe this is a sort of example of how bleed is facilitated. So if you see on the top left-hand corner, this sort of like orange glowed club space, this is actually a work that we did across many different major cities, such as Athens, Basel, Barcelona, Berlin, and it was a crypto rave series. So basically what happened was we put on raves and parties with our peers that actually were utilizing a Monero mining facility. Monero miners are simply crypto farms that can be spread across many different home computers rather than a farming unit, which needs extreme power. And so basically you can run this Monero mining unit behind your sort of everyday browser histories and workings and action. Another project that did this was Bail Block in the USA, which basically raised funds for incarcerated members of society. And so what we were doing is we built this Monero mining unit where each individual person who wanted to attend the crypto rave would mine their ticket for 8 hours. And over those 8 hours, you would not only mine your ticket, but you would also mine an alternative identity. You'd mine a reader, which basically looked at the entire history of decentralized crypto, including all sways and walks of the political front on there. And also you'd mine the lineup. So we had people like Amnesia Scanner, Kristallmes, Bill Kuligas, Mesh, and so forth who played at these crypto raves. And eventually you would mine the location and your QR code. And each rave could hold 300 live characters, and it ran for 6 hours. And basically, you would come to a very typical setup of a rave infrastructure, but everybody would be working within a set of frames and characters that they'd mined previously over the course of the evening. So that's that top left image. Then you've got the top right image, which is from Berlin's Atonal, which happens every year. It's a sort of very deep, intellectually positioned music festival here in Berlin, and it takes place in a huge club here known as Kraftwerk. And then on the bottom is an image actually from a series that was set in Berlin about Berlin club culture. And so you can sort of see from those three images, one was the top left one that we did. This was an entirely role-played structure. Then we have Atonal, which is a very consensual reality structure. And then we've got the bottom one, which is completely acted. So there's behind there, there's cameras, there's directors, there's people acting, there's cuts, there's breaks, there's framing, and so forth. But when you look at those sort of three images together, it's actually maybe very difficult to recognize, if I hadn't given you the examples, that there was sort of three different mechanisms that were bringing this event into the sort of horizon of our reality. And I think this is actually sort of really what fascinates and drives Social Club, is about creating these sort of simulacras, these sort of doubles or thinning of the veil between what we know to be consensual lived in reality and what we know that we can sort of modify or, in a sense, collectively write. And this notion of bleed sort of really feeds into this quite deeply, because Social Club proposes these contents and makings as a form of sort of post-political entertainment in an attempt to shadow play politics until hopefully it ruptures the surface we now know as life. And the way in which we use bleed in this sense is, of course, I guess, maybe this morning you spoke about it a little bit in this notion of being a highly disputed tool inside role-playing genre, and quite a lot of LARP communities argue that it shouldn't be encouraged or cultivated. And the phenomenon known as bleed really sort of occurs when emotions from a character affect the player out of the game, or vice versa, when they affect the character in game, to an uncontrollable point that they cannot return to reality in the same state they once left it. One of the most common discourses surrounding bleed online is love. You know, the idea that in game you're playing this love interest or this crush, and then when you exit game, there's sort of this unrequited love that hasn't actually transferred, but was something that, you know, you may have felt certain emotions about it, and it may have given you a sense of well-being. And it seems sort of in the main problem of this is that when you end game, that actually means sort of losing this love space, which of course can affect a person on a daily level and can lead, as any love interest, be it in-game or out of game, to a sort of emotionally disabled state. Now, one could argue the sense of reality or loss of it in this role-playing environment makes it harder for the person affected to come to terms with the LARP crush, or just a sort of symptom of role-playing, and instead they actually maybe yearn for closeness in daily life. And then, of course, it's always this question of like, was that real? Was it not real? And I think in a certain sense, a lot of this work, specifically framed within this notion of bleed, is really coming to this question of like, but what is not real? Everything is real to a person who experiences it. Even role-playing is real if we take the term real to mean an authentic experience. The idea of real and what we can learn from bastardizing it is why Social Club really sort of started, and why we create fictive and alternative worlds to live inside, and why we argue for bleed in all of our works to be played inside this bleed zone. Because in a sense, although, you know, not our main objectives is not to produce like crushes and love bleeds all over the work, but instead actually using this notion of experience as a tool for compassion, solidarity, trauma release, and really to understand, you know, that these feelings, even though they feel authentically real, they shouldn't be immortal or absolute after they've been conceived by the player. Instead, we should maybe see this space of bleed as a point of departure beyond the moment of extreme emotional manifestation. And what do we take out of it? And I think in a way, this notion of bleed, it also works, not what only do we want to take out of it, but also what do we not want to take out of it as well. There's things that you can learn in a role-played environment to which you actually want to change or to develop further or fork in the path when you get back to consensual reality. And I think that that's also something that maybe we should realize as well, that, you know, things that we feel in this reality that we call daily life, these should also not be known as sort of absolute or immortal experiences. There's a lot of information and news and fictioning that moves through our ecologies that perhaps is also manipulated or manifested sort of beyond our control. And so in a way, these are things that Social Club is really sort of fascinated with and has pitted itself in this place from around 2016. Now, basically how we started to work at the beginning was with one particular work, which was called Play Rave in Zurich, and it had about 400 live identities. It was set up as an illegal rave supported by Kashev, a local Zurich crew. It also ran for 6 hours. Players were given identities at random that they applied for via an open call. And the characters had been constructed by looking at and speaking to 4 different generations of crews, promoters, DJs, producers, dancers, and cult figures in the Zurich rave scene. The earliest ones had been putting on raves from around the 1980s until, of course, people are still putting them on today. Now, in a sense, you could also see this type of work as a sort of historical role-playing environment, but those identities weren't just constructed from facts, but were actually constructed a lot, those interviews, from emotions. People were interviewed based on their memories, their political positions at that point, their crushes, their pains. And the person interviewed remained anonymous to the player who received their capsule of thought. Names were changed, but attitudes and politics and nostalgic events stayed the same. Remixed into a common political phenomena, we birthed around 400 characters that played, danced, roamed in alternative states and questions what was authentically real and what was not. It was the latter that sort of really gave us hope. We never actually aimed to create seamless characters, polished, defined bodies, acting out directions. We wanted this notion of bleed. We wanted to sort of shake people's connection to the architecture of the rationale. And this was a piece of participatory role-playing co-immersion. We knew right at the start we weren't writing LARPs as we know it. Our language is a little bit different, and so were our incentives for play, and hence we called our spaces real gameplays. They sat in the sort of framework of contemporary art. This was a landscape that we were already participating in. LARP is a huge, phenomenal collective of bodies that doesn't necessarily need to be in the art world. I think that the LARP community is already very much a subculture within itself, just as the art world is. And I think that there is like a little difference here in terms of where the two sit. And I don't want to speak about LARP as purely a set of mechanics or instructions. I think that it has its own culture, it has its own politics, and it has its own really amazing key nodes in the contemporary LARP scene. What I would say is the commonality between LARP and what we were doing was that actually, in a way, they were producing role-played games where participants physically acted out characters' actions. But what we were doing was actually also creating workshops and framing where we allowed those characters not to be led by a game master, but actually that they were bled or sort of mutated or created a sort of meta structure between the character that was given to you to act out in this fiction worlding and then yourself. So it's sort of a hybrid between the two. Now, our definition of real gameplay simply works between the states of your former self and the self you've been given to act out or play out. And it places itself very much inside a zone code that we call bleed. And in a way, this is not that you kind of switch between consensual reality and the role-played world, but that you recognize that bleed can occur and that in a way you can use and tool with it rather than simply acknowledging that it's difficult, it's hard to control, and therefore we shouldn't encourage it. Just by doing that doesn't mean that it goes away. And I think that that's something that the people who come to our work are very fascinated with, is about these kind of modalities or sediments of reality. And of course, you know, we really understand that our work is an illusion, and by all illusions, it's synthetic by its very nature. But what happens when you create a consensual collective hallucination? You know, what happens when more than one person believes in it? Does it cease to exist to be an illusion, or is it a shared thought? We cannot even really begin to answer this with any sort of rationale, naturally, because the idea of belief is irrational by its very structure. A belief is about not deeming something real or not. It's about power, values, societal archetypes, identity politics, and economy. During our real gameplays, we acknowledge belief systems have an enormous role, but not in the way we're trying to indoctrinate our users, and more what is believable or not to the community and the individual. This place is constantly being negotiated by those who use it. For example, the way that we create our works is very much about sort of situating a workshop that lasts for around 8 hours, then the work itself, which is full immersion, and then debrief situation. And just at the end, I maybe want to speak a little tiny bit about one of these examples, so that you can kind of get a picture. So this work is called Unrealism. It was the longest work we ever did. It was 58 days, and it was 24/7 live. The work was a multi-modal approach to exploring the idea of life online as a cosmic depression, a paradise without ecology. We explored the notion that today online reality fundamentally changes the way that we live, work, and socialize. The speed, breadth, and depth of current breakthroughs as an online culture are at a historical precedence and erupting in almost every society of the planet. We can no longer separate online and offline life. It has become sort of a consistent regurgitation of itself. But of course, we never really call this a sort of living fiction. The internet has become the illegitimate child of journalism, and in a way, radical of voices appear online for better or worse. And this specific work, which actually very much is rooted in the exploration of the trickster as the online technology, which shows sort of this unpredictable and chaotic world, and the spirit in which this sort of mischievous riddling. So the idea behind the piece was that it birthed actually an 8-chapter book, which was a beta world where life online is the primary life of the individual. The piece then unpacked what this is or means to life. And so if you see on the left-hand corner, this is Eastern Agrippa. They were one avatar multi-being that basically wrote an 8-chapter book called The Heart of an Avatar, a preliminary document of the internet. And it was conceived over 58 days. They lived in an apartment, which you can see on the left-hand side. They had various different modalities. And I think in terms of this notion of bleed, they were working both in a physical space, in a role-played space, but also they were bleeding out onto online social platforms where they were, of course, mixing with people that were not role-played or maybe didn't even recognize them to be role-played beyond the use of a social figure as an avatar. So you can see here they had a Twitter account. They were also situated inside a gallery for the 58 days. Basically, people could walk into this one-for-one copy of Eastern Agrippa's house. And when they moved into the final part of it, it's a one-for-one copy of their working space. And the left-hand screen above, you could actually see a streamed version of Easton's life 24/7, only inside the gallery space, so not online. And the right-hand screen is their screen as well. So you could sort of you come into this sort of kaleidoscopic vision of this personality. And also, if you see the main screen on top of the desk, this actually functioned as a website and where people could actually connect to Eastern Agrippa in many different ways. Over the course of the 8 weeks, we had 175 public players that worked on Discord and the internet at large. They'd previously signed up for a role, so that was like either a friend, a mentor, a nemesis, who really sort of radically had this kind of connectivity through this sort of glitch course of the human and the avatar. They could also send gifts to Eastern Agrippa, massages, pizza, things like this. Here you can see the Discord, which was actually super lively for the whole time, and you can see different characters that emerged. And yeah, Twitter. This was a tattoo that was gifted to Eastern over the course of the 8 weeks by one of their fellow digital friends. And over the course of this time, Eastern actually took past and emergent theories surrounding the ontology of the avatar and net culture through the genre of fairy fiction to lay out muses, arguments, and ideas surrounding the topics of disembodied intimacy, death as multiple, belief and legitimacy online, self-abolishment, the body in code, and safe spaces versus hurt spaces. And they eventually created this book, which then turned into an NFT, naturally being an avatar of the internet. And what's maybe also important to say is that this work was conceived in the spring of 2020. So it was through the COVID-19 lockdown and, of course, the uprising of Black Lives Matter movement, which was generally visible via screens in Europe. And these events are all meshed into Eastern's memoir as they sort of unfold in real time and space over the internet landscape. Eastern was based in Berlin throughout the whole writing process. This is some documents from their apartment. And in a way, the memoir documents moments of quite powerful emancipation through the fading narrative of the human, alongside the spiritual vandalism of being other. Each chapter in the book focuses on a vein of internet culture and belonging in code. I think I'm running out of time. I think I'm over time. Sorry.
It's okay. Are you finished? You got more to say?
Yeah. I was rushing it because I think
Really, thank you very much. You're looming over me right now, actually, in the space. I don't know if you can see. I know there's a webcam over there somewhere. But thank you so much, Social Club. A round of applause. We're now going to move directly on to Kaisa and Tomei from Trojan Horse.
Okay, I don't have a time, so maybe you can... Yes, that's nice. I test... Is it okay if I use this?
Yeah.
I just checked. Okay. Maybe I can put the first one. So, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Kaisa Karvinen, and this is Tommi Vasko, and we are from Trojan Horse Collective from Helsinki.
And we're very happy to share some thoughts about the live-action role-plays that we have organized in the last 5 years with the Trojan Horse Collective. And I'm very thankful also for ArkDes to bringing all these people together in such a warm way. It's kind of our first time when we talk about LARPing with other people who have done LARPs, so that's quite exciting.
We started our Trojan Horse activities in 2015 by organizing summer schools, and we wanted to, when we started these summer schools, we wanted to create a space where we could organize peer-to-peer learning and maybe some critical discussions, read books and so on. And we wanted to somehow broaden the view what the architecture practice or design practice could be.
And after our first summer school, we realized that there's a need to develop even more kind of experimental and supportive platform for architects and designers to be able to engage and maybe take some distance from their everyday roles and kind of develop a little bit more experimental ways of thinking about their practice.
And we wanted to support using fiction, speculation, embodied methods, and playfulness also in the field of architecture. And after that, we have organized many weekend-long live-action role plays and then shorter games and workshops related to the LARPs. And then when we started, we felt that we needed somehow verbalize or write down what we are doing, and based on those needs, we wrote a book. And we have maybe 2 or 3 copies with us, so we can also share that with you.
So today we thought we'd introduce you to 3 of the LARPs we've organized. These 3 are a little bit different from each other. Some are more kind of live action role plays, some are a little bit more workshop-like processes we've been part of facilitating. And the first one that we're going to talk about is called Nörttimuotoilu Symposium, or the Nerdy Design Symposium, which was a weekend-long trip to another planet. And the aim was to make space for more speculative research in the context of design, architecture, and theory. And we were about 15 people, of which only one had some kind of LARPing experience from before. And I have the introductory text to the LARP, and I thought I could read it out loud to you. So. The spaceport lobby is busy with people checking into their space trip. A group of 12 designers and architects are about to begin their journey from planet A to its neighboring planet. You are one of the very special design and architect minds who were chosen for this trip. On the space ferry, we will have a symposium about comparative planetology and the color blue. In the symposium, you will have a chance to present your current research interests and discuss the differences and similarities of the design cultures in these 2 planets. We will also dine in the interstellar buffet in the spaceship, have a guided walk to the most important events of the other planets' design week, and have space for exercises you might have prepared for us. To explore all the details of your character and the backstory, please log into your personal symposium documents by entering your personal code you received on our symposium website.
And then another example we wanted to share is a LARP we organized as part of the Gender and Technology course in Aalto University. I have been teaching a Gender and Technology course there, and then slowly, LARPs have been becoming important parts of the course, and they have been this kind of speculative tool as part of the course after we have been reading texts with the students. During the LARPs, students have physically and verbally embodied fictional characters and enacted the plot where the relationship between gender and technology has been played out and tested. The game has been based on a fictional backstory and exercise that we have been written together with the students. I could also read out part of it. Today, in this particular moment, a group of artists and scientists have come together to discuss experiences about gender and technology. They have come together in order to learn from each other. Everyone is waiting for the discussion. Think of who you are, your hopes, dreams, and struggles in relation to gender and technology. You can use your own life, articles you have read during the course, literature or films as an inspiration. You can also start to think about what your character is wearing. You don't have to know everything about your character, but enough to play it out. What is your name? What is your planet? Do you have a particular skill? What do you want to share in this discussion?
And the Institute of Care is a series of LARPs we have been facilitating as part of a research project that tries to imagine an economy that is based on care. And together with MCult Association and artist Nguyen Chan, we work with seniors and caregivers in the district of Maunula in Helsinki. And the aim is to think how we could reorganize the economy and interactions between different groups of caregivers and receivers. And so there's a real kind of a hope of making changes in the real world. In the last couple of years, we have organized 3 LARPs about care and designed a tabletop role-playing game that we are taking to different people who are part of the project. In our first workshop, we wrote and played a scenario and characters together with the participants. This is part of the backstory of the LARP we developed together. Here it goes. It's the year 2025. Because of the growth of online commerce, a new shopping mall in the center of Helsinki went bankrupt and the city brought it to convert it to a care home. The city is now designing the space according to the needs of the community. The city gave former retail spaces to different organizations. You are part of one of these organizations. Your task is to develop a proposal where you outline your plans for the new space. In the role play, we will collectively explore the first 25 years of the care home.
Especially when you start LARPing, LARP might feel strange or uncomfortable to play. Some questions might rise. And when we started LARPing, we felt that precisely this strangeness and unfamiliarity is the really important mechanism behind rethinking what is actually happening. And the sense of strangeness that emerges when you're playing or when you're LARPing, for us, it creates this kind of distance that allows us to observe the actual experience. And when we were starting LARPing, then 2015, we had some background in the performance art. For us, important reference was this German playwright, Bertolt Brecht, and writings. And maybe we could now speak about bleed, but when we started LARPing, this kind of estrangement effect or alienation effect or distancing effect was important for us. Brecht aimed to create theatrical performances in which the spectator or the audience did not lose themselves into the story, but observed their own viewing experience as the performance was happening. And something similar we felt that was important or interesting when we were LARPing. Similarly, we see that the purpose of strangeness or awkwardness that emerges during the LARPs is also really something that you enjoy and you can really like the experience. I don't mean that, But the strangeness, the feeling of strangeness, is something that you realize that the situation is constructed. It's a simulation, and it is also a way to look at the world of architecture and design as a constructed and as some kind of a simulation. And in that way, you see that those things that in our professional lives or practices of an architect become somehow weird, and you can get like some kind of a distance to those. And we also think that LARP can be used not only as a way of looking at our practices or our daily lives, but also the environment where we are living in. And for that, when we started LARPing, important example or reference was the Situationist International, and then their references or their playful exercises in the cityscape. They encourage to take back the city through playful and spontaneous actions. And they developed this kind of field of study and mechanisms and methods how to explore the effects of city architecture and how the different kinds of spaces are affecting our behavior in the city. And for that, playfulness and doing this kind of playful exercises in a public space was super important. And by following their ideas, we have been creating or developing, testing, experimenting different kinds of LARP exercises, or they can be even not constructed, really spontaneous test outs to understand and experiment how the city is designed and what kind of roles it gives to us.
And through writing and organizing LARPs in quite a different contexts and different lengths, we got to learn something about the kind of possibilities and limitations of LARPing as a method. So it can itself be experimental design and architectural culture. And it can, like Kaisa said, be a very and that has been coming up in the discussions, it can be a very meaningful pedagogical tool as well. And also a way of taking this kind of scenario building practice into different audiences that might not have an access to that kind of thinking or knowledge otherwise.
Just going to pause for a second.
La guida gratuita della collezione del Museo d'Arte Moderna in italiano incomincerà fra 15 minuti. Il punto di incontro è davanti al cartello giallo che si trova davanti alle porte aventi della collezione. Vi ricordo che non è consentito portare con sé nulla da mangiare e nulla da bere, e se avete uno zaino deve essere davanti a voi o in mano, non sulle spalle. Il tema di oggi è il volto nella pittura e la scultura dagli anni 2010 al 2020. A fra poco.
That also sounds great if anybody wants to go. Sorry for the interruption.
No,
that's all good.
It was super sweet.
Is there a couple of more minutes? Okay. So in a way, writing LARPs itself can be a way of world building. There's a fantastic artist called Teo Alaruana who also writes in our book about world making or writing as an act of world making, where you might be able to construct worlds together with other people just by writing scenarios together. LARPing can also develop ways of seeing almost anything as a game or kind of gamified structure, which can have many aspects in it. But there's a way of thinking, I don't know, simply your social media presence that has been discussed here as a kind of a form of a game. But there's also, for example, a group called Economic Space Agency, which I see kind of approaching the world of finance as a game and looking at that outside the conventions that you might otherwise have in that context. But I think, thinking about the limitations, something that was discussed before, it's definitely important to think whose story you're playing and who can actually write scenarios on specific historic context, for example. And also we've realized that it's easy to overemphasize the imaginative capabilities of artists and architects and designers and underestimate the similar skills of, for example, elderly people. I think you had some thoughts.
Yes, so, we are now in the moment where we have been noticing some chaotic elements of LARP, and that's why we also maybe want to continue working on it. And what we are now currently interested in is like the ethical questions and how to share discussions about ethical questions with those who are participating. Also, how to remember LARPs and how to share these experiences we have been sharing during the game with others. And like we have been thinking also how to ask questions with LARPing, but then we have been coming to this kind of discussion that maybe this kind of that you cannot somehow foresee what is happening, and then something just emerges. Maybe that is the core element that is part of LARP. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I just want to invite anybody who's outside who wants to come in. Now's your opportunity. We're now going to pass over to the third looming screen all over us with Terry. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. So we're a little bit over time, but feel free to take your time. I'll give you a nod when 20 minutes is coming up.
Okay, I can't see, but I don't think I will go over. I'm trying to keep it brief, but yes, so hi everyone. My name is Tirén Nguyen. I am kind of zooming in from New York City. I'm a journalist, a critic, and I'm currently the senior writer at Dirt, which in its current iteration is a daily newsletter hosted on Substack. But we are also a Web3 media company. I think the best way to get to know us is to just search up Dirt on Substack. It's pretty easy to find, but would appreciate it if you check out our work after my presentation, because a lot of what we cover is related to the arts and digital culture. So the topic of my presentation is a bit larger in scope than what the previous presenters have discussed. People have mentioned LARP in very specific settings and applications. These examples, kind of with Omsk Social Club, for example, feature participants or LARPers who are keenly aware of the often physical role play they are partaking in, from inhabiting their environment differently or interacting with others via a fictional identity. But for my presentation, I'm discussing LARP in the context of virtual life spent online, specifically in regards to social media and the performed self. This definition is very loose. Some LARPers might disagree with this definition, but I think my goal is that after this presentation, regardless of how familiar you are with LARPing, whether you LARP or not, you'll have a renewed sort of meta-awareness to how you interact with others online and how this extends to your offline real life as well. This slide, the presentation of self and everyday life, is borrowed from the Canadian sociologist Erving Goffman. And the concepts that Goffman introduces are a good transition for thinking about the performed self and its role in what I call persona LARPing. Everyone, to an extent, has a distinct persona that they embody consciously or subconsciously when they're posting online. And these personas are not duplicitous or inauthentic, but just a byproduct of how online life requires us to fracture and distribute our identities across multiple platforms. You might have, for example, LinkedIn for your career, Instagram for the visual highlight reel of your life, TikTok for silly viral challenges you take part of. But Goffman begins with this notion of dramaturgy, this like seemingly classic idea that like all the world's a stage. He argues that people are involved in everyday performance even when they're walking down the street or working in their jobs. And the quote I highlighted, I guess I'll read it out. I'm not sure how clear it is, but I think this part is interesting. The first part, especially the expressive coherence that is required in performance points out a discrepancy between our all too human selves and our socialized selves. And this quote was pulled from a section in which Goffman was talking about performance in relation to professionalism and in relation to labor. And it's fascinating. I don't know how often you think about what you post online as labor, but increasingly as more and more people rely on social media to perform their jobs or to reach an audience and monetize their following, it does become a form of labor or profession when we think about it that way. And Goffman's theory, I think, proposes this model of social behavior using this metaphor of life being a theatrical stage. But I think it's applicable depending on how online you are. You can see this, that you're kind of engaged in a perpetual act of impression management. You present yourself based on your perceived audience. This might shift depending on whether you have a Finsta, a fake Instagram that you're only posting for your friends, or versus when you're trying to post to go viral on TikTok. Maybe you're posting an informative YouTube video or a vlog. The tone and how you perform yourself naturally changes. And on the internet, I see this as another form of just identity role play, except you're role playing certain aspects of yourself, kind of amping up certain qualities or traits that you think would suit best into this version or this identity of who you are. And I think this is a good transition point for the concept of authenticity on the internet, which I'm not sure if it's as relevant in Europe as it is in the conversation in the States. But Be Real, I think now Be Real feels a little dated because I'm not sure if it's past its relevance point in Europe, although my friends, my social circle still uses it in the US. But I think I was really fascinated by the conversations that this app generated and sort of a bit of the anxiety around being real on the internet, as the name implies. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Be Real, it is an app. I believe the founders are French, and they've sort of rolled it out first in Europe before reaching North America. And I do think at some point, or for several weeks on end this summer, it was one of the top most downloaded apps in the App Store in the United States. So there definitely was this sort of movement, that conversation that it might be the new social media or the more authentic social media. But I think it gets at this like kind of ontological question of are we ever authentically ourselves on the internet? The question, the answer is obviously no. Authenticity, even from a sociological perspective, is very fluid. It's ever evolving. It cannot be clearly mediated, least of all through an app. But I find it fascinating that rather than admit that in certain platforms, we're sort of role-playing these versions of ourselves. The cultural fixation on authenticity and how to post authentically and live authentically is perhaps a reflection of anxieties about the internet, about technology, and how it debilitates and also contributes to the fracturing of our modern sense of self. Authenticity is a metric that a lot of celebrities, influencers, brands use to measure the success of their content. And I also think that the notion mollifies the viewer, the audience, assuring them that there is some truth to what is seen online, given how much information, how many like versions of the truth can be presented. I'm gonna fast forward. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna reiterate this point. I took this screen capture from a TikTok by this one creator who sort of does kind of pop culture analyses of influencers and celebrities. And I thought this was great. Casual Instagram is an even greater performance. He was commenting on how more celebrities were trying to post casual images of themselves that were maybe it appears less filtered, maybe it wasn't as posed, but at the same time, while you're posting, you're anticipating an audience, which is why he argues that it's a greater performance than just, simply posing. And kind of, I wrote this one thing, which I thought is relevant, that we have a distributed internet avatar. If you go on my Instagram, you see like Tirén Nguyen, but that is part of my avatar as a journalist, or not fully, my whole self. And that Goffman's strategy, or not strategy, his theory of the self kind of is reiterated in that. I wanted to title this slide "The Death of Online like Anonymity," but I feel like this image of Barbara Kruger's exhibit really exemplifies.
Terry, we're just going to have to pause you for 1 second because there's an announcement happening in the museum.
No worries.
In Italian.
Vi ricordo che non è consentito portare con sé da mangiare e da bere e se avete uno zaino deve essere davanti a voi o in mano, non sulle spalle. La guida durerà 45 minuti. A fra poco.
Sorry to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
No worries at all. So yes, this is a photograph of immersive exhibit by the artist Barbara Kruger, which I think exemplifies the message. I did want to say I really loved what Omsk Social Club, sorry if I said that wrong, said about LARP earlier, describing it as a collective hallucination and a shared thought experiment. Kind of in this section, I wanted to take a step back from, persona LARP on the performed self on social media, because that isn't the only way a person is informally like role playing on the internet. Before the rise of social media platforms, I don't know kind of the age range of this group, I can't really see anyone, but there are a lot of interactions on the web. If you remember, if you kind of, came of age on the internet as I did, I remember less of Web 1.0, but I still was active on forums. I played massively online role-playing games, Zanga, MySpace. That's what we call like Web 1.0. A lot of interactions on the web were conducted really like pseudo-anonymously. And I think a really significant formative experience for me was playing these, we would call them role-playing games, but essentially you would just create a character, an avatar, like Fly for Fun, MapleStory, League of Legends. I played a lot of games that originated from Asia, but through the theme of that is that you never went by your real name on these games. It would be very strange to like put your real name. It was kind of like a no-no. And in addition, I was a minor, so my avatars were personalized though to resemble these like aspirational versions of myself. But I think the disintegration of online anonymity coincides with this growing desire by social media platforms to commodify our digital personhood. Every username, every account has to represent a real person. If someone follows you online who like doesn't show their real name, it seems like suspicious. Like that, I'm like, oh, is that like a red flag? Is this a troll? Is this a real person? I find it fascinating that now we are constantly asked to verify our identities, and it takes a lot of fun, I guess, out of kind of role playing on the internet. You know, as you used to with role playing games or on forums where you would go by some silly name. This slide, there's a lot of text, but I'll try to explain it. So I wanted to talk about sort of like LARPing on Twitter. I think this is more casually called like role playing, but I think LARP just makes it easier. But I discovered that this corner of the internet somehow, I don't really know how, I just am on the internet a lot, but fandom LARPs are really popular on Tumblr and Twitter, where users are using the face of a certain celebrity, influencer, but they're kind of creating their own fictional identities from it. And I think the ones I screenshotted, there was one where someone used Kendall Jenner as their face claim, and they're kind of using her as a shell to, you know, act out this imagined narrative of how she would be online. And then there were the other ones where there's a big like K-pop idol LARP scene where people would pretend to be certain. They would imagine that they're like an idol, but they would use the face of a K-pop idol, but not really their name. And then I think kind of the strictly not impersonating anyone note is really interesting. I think it's kind of like an outwards acknowledgement to people who are not in the LARP community that, oh, this is not real. This is, you know, I've made this account for this purpose. But I still find the kind of the distinct language and the shorthands that they're the hashtags as well. I find that to be really fascinating. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about this relatively recent viral phenomenon called Goncharov, which is not a real movie, but this was probably just weeks ago. It wasn't even a month ago. But Tumblr users came together to create this false narrative that Martin Scorsese produced a mafia film in 1973 called Goncharov that is set in Naples, Italy, after the fall of the Soviet Union. And it stars kind of his most famous like collaborators. There's like Al Pacino, Gene Hackman, Robert De Niro, obviously. And what I loved about Goncharov is that it takes a premise that is so ridiculous and turns it into participatory fodder on the internet. And it's an example, I described it, of collective LARPing. Anyone can participate, even as themselves. And these are just some screenshots of what I pulled on Tumblr and Twitter. You can kind of see that this LARPing is bleeding into real life. There was, I think this is like from like somewhere in New York, someone printed out the Goncharov poster that is obviously like fan made and put it in a DVD store. I didn't know DVD stores still existed, or on their DVD stack. There was a girl who created a YouTube review of this movie that doesn't exist. So it was, a lot of it is, I thought it was really fun because there was no underlying profit play or no attention. The motive was just to get attention for doing this. It was netizens having fun with a silly idea and producing fan content to promote it. And in case you were curious, like how did this start? On the left-hand side, you can see it started from this one user posted that they got these knockoff boots online. And it came with this weird tag that says like Martin Scorsese presents Goncharov. And since then, people just kind of added on to that joke, and it became like even like larger than life. It's really fascinating. Would recommend Googling it after the presentation. And it's a delightful internet rabbit hole. But I thought there was this fascinating, like it reminded me of this Borges story. It's a metafictional story in which a secret society crafts an elaborate hoax to convince everyone of the existence of this imaginary world, and they produce like documents, artifacts, lore to lend like credence to this idea, and over time the hoax is subsumed into reality. That story is way more nefarious than Goncharov, but I found it to be like a fascinating parallel. Excuse me. I just wanted to end this LARP drawing is by David Byrne of the Talking Heads. I don't really have a unified theory of LARP, but I guess I wanted to say that it's more applicable to daily life than can be imagined. And I was reading this interview that Brian Eno had in the New York Times, and he says that live action role playing is like pervasive in so many things, like even politics, and that the seriousness of that can take away the fun from it all. So I guess my I don't know, I hope that this presentation allowed everyone to think about LARP and posting online very differently, but also show that in addition to you posting as a version of yourself, there are also ways to contribute to this collective LARPing activity on the internet, whether you want to be anonymous or not. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that you and Omsk can't hear, but you've received rounds of applauses. I'm now going to hand over to Alice, who will be moderating this conversation between Terry, Omsk, and Trojan Horse.
Amazing. Can you guys hear me? Great. Okay. Super interesting. I had a bunch of questions, and I have even more, so I'm super excited. Thank you guys. So inspiring and interesting. So from the perspective where I stand, looking from a fashion and identity building point of view, I see digitalization, post-internet era within art, 3D tools such as Blender and Glow, as well as AI design tools such as Crayon, Dream Studio, all help build up and grow new genres such as abnormcore and monstercore, especially within fashion. Also, rapid growth of gaming as a common practice and avatarism as a phenomena is widely affecting Gen Z towards a more fluid context where dreams and reality can blend. So basically, I'm interested in the subculture and how culture grows and expands, and I would say that is my perspective. So what is and what could it be if it's physical, digital, or phygital? And in that context, I sort of want to learn more about LARP. So starting with the first question, being quite general, what do you guys think is LARP's main purpose? Escapism or speculative thinking and investigation of potential scenarios? Starting with you guys.
It's interesting because this escapism somehow quite often comes to the discussions when talking about LARPs, and for us, we haven't been kind of worried about it at all. It's definitely there is enjoyment and kind of movement towards gaming, but I would like to maybe use this kind of a distance from your everyday life that is interesting that LARP creates, but at the same time it's interwoven with the reality that where we are living. So I wouldn't maybe have this kind of separate.
You would combine it.
Yeah.
And I think we've been talking a lot about bleed and this experience of LARPing and the other life coming together. I think that feeling can be also quite difficult, and I think that somehow everyone in this discussion said that it can be very productive or somehow meaningful ways to think about how we are actually presenting ourselves in different ways anyways in different platforms, and how maybe playing a character might bring up something from your real life that you wouldn't have come out otherwise.
Yeah, and we have been speaking about emotions and identities in relation to the LARPs, but they can also be really material and concrete things like that kind of stay with you. Like, for example, I have several clothes that I have been preparing for the LARPs that I continue wearing after the game. So they are really kind of concrete and simple example.
Does any one of you digital creatures have an input?
Maybe I could just have a short input.
Yes, please.
I mean, I think that like LARP or role playing, it's very similar to technology in terms of it's never really neutral. I would say it really depends on who's the users and whose hands the role playing mechanics get positioned within. You know, you can use it as an escapist tool, you can use it as a speculative fiction, you can use it as propaganda, you can use it as a term for creating confusion and chaos. It can be a space of empowerment. I mean, it's quite interesting, I think, in terms of like when I was first really interested in LARP, a lot of the places that I could really go to and understand the theory and the history of LARP was really just 3 sites. One, Knutpunkt, which is like a very broad, I believe even Scandinavian, but I might be wrong on that. But
you're right.
Yeah, okay, meetup that I attended where LARPers from all over the world come and present. The other one was actually LARP that was used in prisons, specifically to work with prisoners who could then shift and change roles and potentially also reform themselves in terms of how they feel empathy and structure for victims. And another example that I managed to speak to somebody was somebody who's using it for government policy making of refugees. And they were using VR and LARP together in order to try to change the way in which government policies were made for migrants. So giving them this sort of VR experience and then actually creating tests and seeing how those councils would then vote on policies for immigrants. And I think what we've seen from then is like a real sort of change actually in how we understand LARP in the last couple of years. And that might also be because of the way in which the media has often spanned the term LARP. I think one of the largest moments where LARP became sort of known to, let's say, the populace was this Capitol Hill riots. I don't know if any of you saw that they were LARPing riots. They were LARPing these movements and structures. And I think also, I mean, interestingly, last night I was watching this White Lotus series, and there one of the characters says to the other character, "We're LARPing rich people." So I think that also what we're seeing now is maybe the strength and power of LARP is actually freaking people out a little bit as well, because we often see it in this quite problematic or negative notion now. When we speak about LARPing, we speak about often a problematizing role or a fakeness that we're bringing in rather than a sort of empowered self. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of try and open the kaleidoscope of ways that I've come into contact with this phrase.
Maybe I can just quickly jump in there, because I think I just want to raise again this this quote by Elvia Wilk from Death by Landscape, which talks exactly about what happens when a subculture, in inverted quotes, or a marginalized group start to enter more mainstream discourse. And I think that you're totally right in the sense that we're entering a period, and it happens very quickly, is accelerated by the internet, where the conceptual framework shifts very, very rapidly in the general understanding of what something is. And that we saw with, well, I've seen with ASMR, which is something I'm very personally close to. ASMR 4 years ago was barely understood or recognized or even considered sort of taboo, but in a sort of curious way. And only this week, I saw an article came out on The Spectator, literally headlined, ASMR is evil. And it's gone through this 2-year period of kind of curiosity and confusion. And I wonder, like, if we could maybe take a moment, and Terry, maybe you can come in on this from your presentation. If we speculate on the speculative capacity of LARP, where do we see it kind of becoming useful or empowering, or where do we see it becoming dangerous or fragmented as a culture?
I think what's really interesting to me is sort of the internet's capability for mass mobilization. I thought bringing up LARP in the context of January 6th Capitol Hill riots, obviously as an American, was really fascinating because sometimes I think on Twitter you see people use LARP kind of using it in a derogatory manner even, but I do think there's a lot of just looking at fandoms and how large groups of people can organize around an idea, a collective vision, or even a hallucination is, I think, really exciting. But also, it depends on who is organizing this, kind of what their motivations are, because we can see as real life or kind of physical life and technology is increasingly enmeshed. The effects of those interactions bleed out into the physical real world.
Cool. I have a slightly different question then. Can you see AI participate in LARP, or has it already happened? And like, what's going on with that? I was just sort of thinking it could be a good, interesting mashup. Omsk, I think you probably know something about it.
Can I say something real quick? I know it's just answered. I found it really funny that I think AI can be considered LARPing when you ask. Recently, there was this OpenAI tool called ChatGPT that went viral on Twitter, where people would show prompts of what they asked the AI to write, and it would produce, for example, a script or a college essay. For me, I tried to use it to write the Dirt newsletter, and I asked it to write kind of a short blurb in the style of a culture journalist. So in essence, I was asking the AI to LARP tone. It failed spectacularly. I also asked it to write, I think, a Frank O'Hara poem, which it also failed to do. But it was an interesting thought experiment, I think, and it's fascinating to think of that in terms of LARPing.
I think just also leading off from that, how we understand AI today is maybe a sort of inferior technology to what actually we are going to experience as AI. I think that AI that's often given to the internet as a sort of tooling or plaything is something that is used to familiarize and maybe create a sort of like innocence notion towards it, how we can blend ourselves within AI, which is of course happening at the moment, where AI will produce your portrait in various different storytelling units and narratives. But I think what we should maybe be worried about in terms of LARP and AI is perhaps on a level where we don't recognize it's AI. Because I think that, as political cultures, we've already sort of experienced an internet of LARP. Cambridge Analytica, for example, brought about a whole new set of worlding and created, perhaps, how's best to say this, fictions and worlds that could be probable. And so we find it very easy to fall into having our characters and our roles manipulated or massaged by the information world or dome that we find ourselves in. And I think that I can kind of imagine, without sounding too much conspiratorial here, but that these types of AI mechanics are probably being created and facilitated and ready to be sort of unleashed into our sort of information space. And I think that's probably why a lot of these questions surrounding what is ethical around AI is something that we need to take very, very seriously. And I think probably, you know, at the moment in terms of the arts, there's a lot of question about copyright and AI. This is perhaps maybe a little bit late in terms of you know, memetics, how do we understand individual creativity? I think this is super interesting in terms of LARP. It's also one of the reasons why I'm so interested in LARP is when it comes to collective narrative making and how we begin to work with each other to facilitate, to open, to muse, to problematize different aspects of narrative landscapes. And I think that if we can begin to do that with AI, and we use AI as a tool that's more than human, then I think that we could have some extremely interesting results. There's, I'm not trying to sort of demonify AI, or to speak, but I do think that a lot of technology is frequently weaponized, and it's weaponized through opaque transactions that we normally come into contact with before we've ever even heard that the technology exists. And that's something that I'm not sure if I'm really answering this question, so please somebody else.
You don't have to. It's you're just expanding on it, which is super interesting, I think. It's like, it's just super interesting to hear, I would say. And also, like in that case, it makes it relevant to think about if LARPs actually help us to prepare for potential future scenarios, I think. Like if AI would have a certain power which we don't want, and thinking, or a pandemic, or a new sort of scarcity, and sort of like in that case, can we see LARP in a digital context helping us prepare for this sort of scenarios? And if you think that there are like things that could be scalable or are scaled already, if there's anything you guys know of and could tell us about?
Maybe continuing what was just said, I think also I could easily imagine a LARP where different relationships to different interfaces could be played out, and this kind of desires and possible I don't know, misuses or some kind of other interaction that we might come out that we might not even imagine before we start playing. I think that could be something very interesting to explore through LARPing.
Yeah, and like what has been somehow interesting, or while you play several times, you start also recognizing some kind of artificial intelligence that is inside you, that is not like a technology outside somewhere, but something that is constructed and part of you because of the some kind of structures, and because it's actually, even though you're maybe changing a character, it's always difficult to be someone else, like really different, but it's some kind of a part of your personality or knowledge that you have. So maybe if thinking about future scenarios, or developing a technology by LARPing, maybe this kind of choosing carefully what kind of information is used as a source or material and then building on it.
Okay, I have another question, which is then, has the way we construct our avatars in games bleed into the way we construct personalities in real life? I guess you all have answered yes, but could you expand on that even further, maybe?
Could I just jump in, maybe in between that? Because I was really interested also in, I don't know, was it you, Tomei, Kaiser, who said that everything can have a gamified structure? That's such an interesting concept, right? Because that is also a very interesting interrelationship between architecture and design. I always go back to the design of casinos, for example. Casinos are just architectural games. They are rooms, often underground, with no windows, no visible clock inside the space. Even the bars and restaurants are kind of hidden from view because everything about the orchestration of those environments is to get you to keep on playing. Keep on playing. So you lose sense of time. You almost enter into a version of reality. You know, the kind of light is taken away, time is obscured, and even basic needs such as like drinking and eating, which, you know, you assume in any other space, drinking and eating is a kind of like a goal to get you there. It's all focused on getting you to slip into that flow that I think Anna mentioned earlier, that state of flow that you can't get out of until you're debt-ridden, bankrupt, and your life is completely over, something like that. And it just interests me whether we could think about that from the context of the internet, from the context of existing structures in society. Is everything possibly a game? Can everything be gamified? I don't know if anybody wants to jump in on that.
Could I jump in on that?
Yeah.
I would like to argue that we are all already architected within the lieu of the casino. I think that our actual consensual reality identities are often structured and positioned by non-consensual forces in order for us to create labor and to perform to certain authorities and to position ourselves in a specific milieu and to be good citizens. And I think that often we don't even register that. Sorry, I'm flipping this question a little bit on its side, but that our existence in daily life is a role in itself. And that's not necessarily a role that you've chosen. That's a role that has been manipulated by whatever modes of survival that body, that flesh, can exist within. And typically that role is often being sort of cookie cuttered, at least within the Western world, I would say from experience, to be exploited and to play the good citizen and to continually produce in order to create a stronger nation state economically and I guess even also within its power structures as well. And I think maybe what LARP allows us to do is maybe to sort of zoom out of our own construct and recognize what parts of your role in daily life you actually don't consent to, and what parts feel better and what parts feel really wrong. And these are very small moments. They don't often create like a sort of beaming sun of enlightenment, and they might, only appear months or years after you've played a specific game or inhabited a certain role. But I think that, we've been conditioned for thousands and thousands of years, many generations have been conditioned to perform neoliberalism. And I think that what we have as a tool of LARP is to very delicately begin to question who has the authority to make reality and how are we put together.
And maybe to continue a little bit, I think it's if you think about gamification and this kind of maybe bottom-up activist attitude, it's quite easy to approach LARPing in a way that you kind of, if you cannot change the rules of the game, you can at least develop strategies to play more smartly or something like this. But I think also it was nice when you brought up this quote from Elvia Wilk. Elvia also has been writing about vampire LARPs, and there I think there's very fascinating. Elvia talks about the moment of biting. So as a vampire, when you bite someone, you don't have, we don't have a concept of what that actually means or how do we do it. So we have to somehow negotiate together, find a kind of a consent in what it means that I'm biting you now. And I think these moments when we don't have some kind of a shared concept of how we organize ourselves or what we actually, how our interaction should happen, this can be very productive if we kind of think about some kind of, I don't know, organizing as a small group of people or trying to figure out the different kind of way of relating to each other.
Do you have
in the spirit of challenging reality, does anybody have a question as well? Like I can be microphone person as well.
Oh.
And maybe in between, Alice, you can continue if you like.
No, we have a question over there.
Yes, thank you. So something I've been thinking about lately as a LARP designer myself is I was talking to my colleague and friend Martina Svanevik, and we were talking about the sort of the speculative world-building potential of LARPs and how, at least in the Nordic tradition, LARPs tend to go pretty dark, and there's a lot of dystopian visions out there. And we had this discussion, and at some point I think she said, you know what, I just want to imagine better worlds, but I don't know how. And we talked about this, and this is a discussion I would like to have your input on the potential for LARP as a form to speculate about how we actually can improve the world we live in. Because it's sort of easy to imagine scenarios where everything goes wrong, like the AI is evil and the climate catastrophe ends human life, etc. But what can we do differently? What tools do we have to actually imagine better worlds?
Ooh. Does anyone want to jump in on Saga's question?
It's very interesting. I was following a theater piece recently where there was a line of an architect saying that building something must be optimistic, or like is always optimistic because it has to be. So in that sense, it's interesting to think about the world of architecture or design, which in itself has this optimism kind of almost built in.
Sorry.
Do you want to go?
I was going to ask Terry for her perspective, because Twitter came up so much in your presentation, which is like the most confusing dystopian place of my browser right now. I don't know what do you think about that? A question of tools for optimism.
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that I was really intrigued in a lot of my reporting as to the power of sort of mass organization by fans. I think that there is a lot of really interesting strategies deployed by massive fandoms, comprising mostly of, I think, younger women. I constantly think about BTS fans who really kind of engage in this form of like digital activism, not to kind of negate the consequence of like the term activism, but I've done some reporting in the past, but the way that they structure their activities to ensure that their idols are reaching the ideal amount of streams, that they're participating to get it on the Billboard Top 100, for example, is a really interesting approach that I think can be applied to like civic life, depending on, like for example, like voting. In America, voting is just it's a madhouse, depending on the state you're in and sort of how to organize people to get to the polls and things of that nature. But kind of seeing how successful a transnational group of fans have been at kind of drawing attention, media attention especially, to certain issues. I think that's definitely something that could be applied more broadly to, civic life.
I'm just going to be microphone person now. Anybody? We'll go to Philip.
Hi. I just wanted to ask, it seemed to me that there were two uses of LARP, and there's the role-playing of everyday life, and LARPing as a intentional manipulation and construction of the role-playing of everyday life, which serves play and the investigation of human experience. It seems to me that LARP can be a kind of liberatory tool to investigate the pervasive role-playing of socialized beings and how those, as Omsk mentioned, are subservient to certain ideals. So perhaps it's important, in light of the fragmentation that you were talking about, James, to maintain that distinction.
Like, is it important, or somehow I think I think this is a good notion that this kind of online LARPing and creating your profile, having different characters in the school and at home, and have a possibility to speak about that, and then having these games where you construct situations related to your everyday life, profession, or it can be just historical events that you're interested in. I think I don't know if it's important to keep them distant. I think they are blurring also to each others, but it's I think important to somehow analyze them also in a different contexts and notice the difference.
And I think there's something that happens when you repeat, with repetition. I've noticed that I often end up playing very similar characters, or like having very similar approaches to something, and that way becoming actually more aware of my some kind of own tendencies, perhaps. And in that sense, I would be more interested in this kind of interconnections of both the kind of LARP experience of trying to be someone in another scenario, and then kind of that bleeding into real life, and then that again bleeding to the next character, and that kind of continuous cycle of redefining in kind of in the game and in the real life who am I playing with.
I guess what I'm worried about, and I would love to wonder what Terry thinks of this, is that we just get to the point where everything is LARP, and there is no longer, it ceases to become a useful kind of conceptual framework to explain things. So, if you abstract it away from a specific practice that investigates the role-playing of everyday life, then it just loses its usefulness as a concept.
I think that's a very real mode, and I think maybe the difference is often between consent and framing, and that's probably why they should be acknowledged as separate structures, and also probably intention and aim.
and maybe the practice of facilitation and the game building and the things that happen before you actually play, if it's different when you for the role playing you're doing in the everyday lives. That's yeah.
Hi all, really interesting conversations going on. I'm Laz and I come from a marketing communication background, and I'm really interested in the psychological aspects of LARPing and what drives someone to do that and how it affects them during, before and after LARPing. As Terry mentioned, we have also studied Kaufman in my school about performance and everything. First of all, do you feel like, and I agree with Terry, like we, every day in our lives, we perform our social roles, adapting to different cultures and different occasions. Do you feel like LARPing is a way of performing, but in, let's say, in a high intensity? And can that maybe hide some, I don't know, like addiction behind it and a danger of losing yourself in kind of way? And I guess what I'm trying to ask also, is there any psychological test that the contestants take? Because I don't know LARP. It's the first time I hear about it and it's really interesting, but what I'm trying to say is that do you kind of regulate how people are feeling psychologically and how does that affect? And the second question, sorry, it's too many questions, but it's really interesting to me. Has AI or VR in any case affected LARP? Because I don't know. And do you feel like if that case exists, do you think that people react different when a LARP is through AR or VR or in digital form versus one that happens physically? Yeah, sorry for the many questions, but yeah.
Maybe we start with that second question because that's quite interesting. I don't know if anybody wants to jump in. Has anyone been involved or done a digital VR Zoomy LARP?
We've done one, like some, and we've done one where we, like some people were part of a physical reality in close to the river Narva in Estonia, and some for others we did audio walks that were kind of following the same geography but in the locations where they were. So we kind of did some bridges through sounds from one place to another that were kind of
so the
related.
Map of Narva was, so it was in Narva, and at the same time we moved the map of Narva to Helsinki and also to other locations where other players were located. So in a way we were all in Narva even though we were in different cities.
And in that sense, yeah, I'm sure it's different, but it's hard to say. I mean, we interact through different applications in that one, and it was in that sense maybe part of quite closer to some kind of a real life setting that is quite digital, at least was in that pandemic.
Yeah, and
times anyway.
AI was kind of like directing its experience for each of us, but because we only had the Zoom meetings after a few hours always, so we didn't like collaborate all the time. So it was really different for each of us. So yeah, so it was based on something you were listening and then following, and the application was making you like creating the story for you.
It's interesting that, one thing, we'll move on to two more questions and then I think we're going to close. But I just want to touch upon that thing about the pandemic, that thing that we are super tired of. I just want to quickly understand from the people on stage right now, did that moment of, I don't know, global catastrophe, general anxiety, general fear, was that a productive time for you, Omsk, Trojan Horse? Was that a moment of this kind of new search for intimacy, new openness to a flexibility for digital togetherness and connection. Was it just a simple answer, just out of curiosity, was it a productive time or was it less productive than I might imagine? Omsk, maybe you want to?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there was a push. I think we were very busy over the pandemic. I think that there was a lot of interest and want and need for connectivity, and especially a connectivity that evaded the walls that often people were situated in. There was a lot of interest in forming new imaginariums and worlding and fictioning together. And I think maybe this also relates a little bit to previous questions about, you know, why do we always fall into the trap of dystopia? And I think actually that moment where the pandemic really hit, often people were not really into this idea of falling deeper into dystopia. And this is also, I think, why we saw an influx of books such as Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower, which offers alternatives that is a sort of continual becoming of utopia. Because of course, like, we never ever get to utopia, but utopia always informs us along the way, breaks, fails, and then another utopia is formed in the sort of collective sphere of worlding. And I wonder whether that also is why we sort of drop out often into dystopias, because utopias are extremely fragile. They get fractured easily, especially in collective narrative making, because there's a sort of kaleidoscope of opinions, dreams, aims, goals, and so forth. And I just want to speak very quickly to the psychological question, because I think maybe it wraps up with the pandemic. I think that what we experienced within the pandemic, we're not truly understanding yet in terms of how it has affected us socially and physically as we meet together. It's also opened a lot of very positive, I think, things technologically. You know, myself and Terry can't be here today, but we're able to share and be situated within this conversation. So we've gone leaps and bounds in terms of understanding connectivity from a sort of out-of-body experience. But in terms of the psychological structures that we have lived through, maybe this is a way that LARP design could work through some of these more sort of optimistic strategies of becoming together. How do we begin to speak together? How do we begin to facilitate outside of our bubbles, they were called in Germany, these sort of significant people that you connected with? And I think every LARP designer has different psychological ways of working with their community. Just to answer that question, I think from Lars, I can briefly speak about the way that Omsk does it. We often, whenever we're brokering a new world, so giving a description of it, we will also create trigger positions so that each person who's coming into the world, if they have X, Y, Z, that could be triggering to them. Might not be the world that they should enter, but, you know, please come to another one. Similarly, we also have a very, very long workshop, 8 to 9 hours nonstop, which offers different mechanisms to understand people's boundaries and understand how to negotiate and collectively participate. We also have safe codes in place, similar to BDSM, structures that move from sort of like going forward, that even though you're in a difficult place, you're happy with that difficult place and you want to move through it, to, you know, setting up boundaries that you don't want to go through, and then also, of course, stopping because a boundary has been upset, and this is a reason that we need to articulate and speak to each other. Luckily, we've never gone to red yet, so that hasn't happened. So I can't say whether that actually works or not, but at least it's there. And I think also debriefs as well. How do you actually understand how people have responded to that world, what things have come up to them, and that's both on a formal, so everybody speaking together, sort of one-to-one, and then an informal way as well. And also being open and suggesting that people can also speak to you afterwards and you can talk through things. So actually there is often quite a lot of care. I wouldn't know whether it sits within a practical application of psychological care. I think it's more of a sort of community care framework that Omsk works within. But yeah, just to try and answer a few of those open questions.
Just a very short comment from me, I hope, because we're ending very soon. I've been thinking all day about, I want to see an exhibition about this. It's unclear to me how much exhibitions has been done and what other formats, similar to that has been, including LARP or parts of LARP. But I also, since we're here at ArkDes, I just wanted to bring up also one thing that really flabbergasts me when I research into this, which is the extraordinary diversity of skill in this community in creating costumes and prosthetics and all these things. And it seems to me also that that's also something that is rapidly changing, because now if you look on YouTube, you can find endless tutorials, very detailed tutorials on, for instance, costume making a certain kind of shoe or whatever. 15 years ago, there wasn't anything like that. So there is an accessibility to let's say, a higher production value, I don't know what to call it, that really has, I think, changed a lot around this landscape. And I think this world of skill, which is so hard to generalize because it's so diverse, again, and it's so manifold, I don't see representation of that in our cultural institutions. I have found just, through my friends doing LARP, I have found these extraordinary craftsmen who do, I would call it Hollywood quality things, and no one has heard of them. No theaters, no other, it's completely enclosed. They don't need outside, things, because they do their thing and they're blossoming on their own terms. That's fine. But I'm like, wow, there's so much here to discover. And I wonder if exhibitions or something else could help in some way or another. That's just a comment. I don't know if you want to respond to that, but I just wanted to put it out here. And maybe that's something to think about being here at ArkDes.
No, Kaiser, who's entering into the museum world, doesn't want to comment at this time, but maybe we should talk, Kaiser. I think this is going to be the last question. Maybe you're going to share the question.
I'll give away the question in a second, but I mostly wanted to comment on the question about digital LARPs, etc., by info dumping a little bit. If you're interested in digital LARPs, there's a UK-based LARP organization called Omen Star that started doing a lot of digital LARPs during the pandemic. They're really good at it, so you can check them out. And also there's a bunch of other creators. You can find these online. And there's one researcher, or at least university student based in Norway, called Nadia Lipsik, who has explored a bunch of the potential of using VR in LARP and that sort of type of technology. So you can check them out if you want to know more about that overlap.
Yes, hi. There's been this theme, I think, of one of them at least, of piercing through, or at least putting a lamplight on our lack of neutral objectivity, and how LARP and being online and everything is kind of deliberate illusions that in the best case scenario, makes us realize the illusions we didn't really see. You know, what's true or real, or, you know, the ego, even though a person is nothing but a process. And I guess, sorry, I'm coming off. This use of escapism, deliberately or otherwise, to explore through illusion, or again, when we talked about you can't be authentic and show your true essence, if that's a thing, I guess, why it is part of our nature, but why is it just important, like simply, to pierce them, but also build them in this loop? Illusions, the misconceptions, while we're using fantasy to break fantasies, even though we know we're constantly building them up as soon as we end a phrase with "I am" adjective or noun.
Maybe it's also, I love this idea. Why is it important? I mean, why is anything we do important? We're sort of existing in this world as human beings, and I guess the reason why I think something is important might not be why you think it's important, but as it's a question, I will go from the position of why I think it's important, is that it offers us tools to communicate and problem solve, and also to broker new space of being together. And I think that it's interesting your framing of piercing illusions with illusions, because in a sense, that sounds irrational, which of course, in a way it is. But at the same time, I'm not sure if we can honestly pinpoint a sort of rational existence either. I think that what we try to do with culture, and I would say that role play and LARP and worlding belong to culture, is we try to survive. And that might be through your imagination, that might be through ideas, belief systems, languages, but it might also just be a very, very, very simplistic notion of coming together. Certain people who suffer a lot from being shy or antisocial can find themselves fitting in very, very well in role play or online games or chat rooms, because it's a space where they're not held accountable for their own personal and individual sense of self. It's something that is known to be fictional and that can offer a huge amount of confidence. I think that there's often been a lot of questionnaires done online. Tinder recently did one where actually a lot of queer people came out online before they did IRL. This is a space that a lot of people feel comfortable within, and they can find a richness in themselves. Not that I'm saying that queer people are role-playing this. I'm just trying to sort of create different sort of landscapes and ecologies where we mediate different parts of our personality that can capture confidence and give strength to us performing the self that we want to and we choose to perform, which is often quite different for a lot of people who exist in this world as they walk out of their doors.
Thank you. Thank you. We're coming up to the end of the time allotted. Does anybody want to add a final note? Terry, Trojan Horse, Alice? No, well, in that case, I'm going to seriously thank everybody who's on stage right now. Honestly, this is an amazing conversation to be having anywhere, particularly in a museum. Also, Sagalinn, Leon, Philip, Anna, and Simone, who were here this morning. As I said, this is going to be recorded, made available. I'm going to rewatch all this a few times because there's lots of bits and pieces in here that I think are incredibly important kernels or catalysts for the questions that we said were unanswerable from the start of today, remain kind of unanswered. But I hope you feel that this has expanded some of that discourse a little bit. I want to thank Suji and Vincent, who have been absolutely integral to the transformation of ArkDes' family space into this event space. And invite you back. The museum is open until 6 o'clock. There's both ArkDes and Moderna Museet, so there's lots to see. If there's any coffee left, you can have it. Otherwise, it costs 40 krona in each place. There's a little more coffee outside if you need a kind of caffeine drip as you leave. But I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for being here, Terry, Omsk, and Trojan Horse.